Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Are you ready to learn about 3 today? It's a number that's after 1 and after 2. Oh, wow. That's some crazy number stuff. Also, a new implementation in this stream is the Sucro Facts Corner, which currently has like... I should actually check how many images are in this folder. 25. There are currently 25 Sucro Facts in rotation, some of which are jokes. And more will be added in the future, most likely. But anyway, it's time for Final Fantasy XIV. This is Sucro. You probably know her. I need to turn the music back on. And I think the game audio is all the way up. Yes, it is. So this is Sucro. You know Sucro. You might even know Eos. However, you might not know Anima. Let's take a look at Anima for a second. Anima is a friend. Say hello to possibly the minion I will be using forever. Anima, as I will read you the questline journal shortly. In this game, anime, I don't know about anime being friend-shaped, but Anima, yes. And it's funny you say that because the other Anima is also in this game later. Spoilers. I happen to know this. But, Anima. In this game, in each expansion, there are relic weapons. I think they're in each expansion now. There are relic weapons, which have a long, involved, grindy questline. And you can go back and do the old ones. And it's a lot easier when you have higher levels than what was originally anticipated for those. Out of all of the questlines, I have like never done these before until now. The first one, the Realm Reborn one, is Zodiac weapons, which is like, that's fine. The Heavensward one is Anima weapons, which are, I think, still the best designed relic weapons of every set of relic weapons that exists from what I've seen. And they have a cool storyline and a friend. Because an Anima weapon is a living weapon. In this questline, you create life through ether and like violence. This here is a automaton body that life eventually gets to inhabit. Once you get to the penultimate stage of the quest, you get this minion. I like Anima a lot. And this is the penultimate stage of the Scholar Anima weapon. Anabasis. Now, I don't have the ultimate stage of this yet, because as you might be able to see in very small text in my quest log, I have to clear the Warring Triad with this book equipped in order to get that. So we will be able to experience the final part of the Anima questline today. And in preparation for that, I am going to be able to... Well, you can't re-watch these cutscenes for some reason. However, I can read you the journals, and maybe we can get a good idea of the storyline that way. So we'll find out. Move this over here. I don't have the... Now, I don't know how legible this is, but I will be reading it. So, who's ready for story time? The Anima weapon questline. It's this many so far. The first part is an unexpected proposal. You happen upon Rowena, who is a... Rowena is a person involved in multiple, like, questlines like this, who basically wants to make a lot of money. And does make a lot of money. She's in charge of all the tombstone exchanges and stuff that happen. You happen upon Rowena just as two unexpected visitors arrive. The first is an earnest young researcher bearing an urgent request, and the second, Geralt, the ale-sodden blacksmith. Geralt is in the first relic weapon questline over here, the Zodiac weapons, as well. I don't know if he continues to be involved. Wasting no time, the researcher, one Ardashir, declares that he has been conducting research into the creation of artificial life, something he refers to as Anima. He's in all of them? Alright. Though all of his trials have thus far ended in failure, he is convinced that the Charlayan's work on arcane sentries holds the key to success. Before he can continue with his suit, however, Geralt decries him for his lack of imagination, and Riley suggests fusing the Anima with a weapon, a proposal which Ardashir considers a stroke of genius. Yeah, like, Geralt proposes that idea partly as a joke, saying, like, yeah, the Anima would need a vessel that can, like, withstand stuff, like a weapon or something. And then Ardashir's just like, that's the best idea I've ever heard. Never one to miss a chance to turn a profit, Rowena sets about persuading Geralt to take part in the venture, i.e. holds his bar tab over him. And before you know it, you two have been roped in to test the finished product. You are to rendezvous with Ardashir and Geralt in Azizla, where the pair will apparently be working. You find Ardashir in Azizla marveling at the technological wonders of the once great Allegan Empire. Now that you've arrived, he is ready to begin work on the Anima weapon. The second part, Soul Without Life. Ardashir hopes to begin work on the Anima weapon as soon as possible. All of the necessary elements are in place save two, astral and umbral nodules, the catalysts required to facilitate the process of channeling ether into the soulstone. Unsure of where to procure them, Ardashir suggests speaking with Rowena in Revenant's Toll. With any luck, she will know of a merchant who can provide what he needs. You may not proceed with the class or job that's different from when you accepted this quest. Hearing of your need for crystals with unusual properties, Rowena suggests speaking with a merchant by the name of Sindani. She's a jeweler who also happens to be quite knowledgeable about crystals. You can find her on the terrace of the second floor in the House of Splendors. Upon speaking with her, it soon becomes clear that your reputation has preceded you. When you inquire about the nodules, she is taken aback by your outlandish request, but is not deterred from the challenge of producing what you seek. The process will require elementally aspected luminous crystals, and she insists you bring her one of every element. However, she also believes there may be one other way, bringing her a Zodiac weapon of the highest order. Seeing your nonplussed expression, she concedes that such a legendary weapon may be no more than a rumor. So, at this part of the quest, you have to go do a bunch of fates in each of the Heavensward zones, which will give you different elemental crystals. The drop rate for these used to be way lower, I believe. And also, it was possible, if you did have a complete Zodiac weapon, to just hand that in and skip this part of the quest, which isn't really too much work anyway, so at this point in time. So yeah. And then you get the nodules and you give them to Ardashir. With the nodules in hand, Ardashir is at last ready to go through with Geralt's plan. He duly completes the infusion of ether and hands the pulsating soul stone to Geralt. who immediately sets about affixing the radiant gem to your weapon. Sometime later, the sweating smith finally lowers his hammer, a look of both exhaustion and satisfaction on his face. The plan has succeeded, and now you are the proud owner of an Anima weapon. Now begins the journey to discover its full potential. Toughening up. The Anima now residing in your weapon is as a newborn babe in mortal terms. In order to foster this fledgling spirit, Geralt suggests that you treat it to some good old-fashioned combat. Yes. Violence with childs. Show the child the violence, is what I mean. Knowing that you've been involved in more than a few titanic battles over the years, he recommends revisiting the sites of some of your most memorable encounters, i.e. do a bunch of, like, old dungeons and trials, is what you have to do for some of these steps. Hearing this, Ardashir asks to accompany you to ensure the Anima's development does not go undocumented. When you subsequently look back upon your past exploits, the frost-rhymed halls of Snowcloak spring to mind. Perhaps Kurthus would be a good place to begin the Anima's education. With the Anima weapon in hand, you fight your way through Snowcloak's frozen chambers and emerge none the worse for wear. While contemplating your next destination, a glinting fish in the half-frozen water nearby catches your eye, and in that moment you decide where to continue the Anima's education, the Sestasha Seagrove. Some of this detail that's in here, like you see a cool fish, was not presented in the quest itself, so this is some of this is new to me, actually. The drowned reavers of the Sea Grot are no match for you and your new weapon. Soaked to the skin from your aquatic adventure, you elect to continue the Anima's education in a warmer and drier location. And where could be warmer or drier than the sunken temple of Karn? Is that so? Is that the logic we're using here? You fight off the wildlife now roaming the halls of Karn, avoiding the perils of still lingering traps and snares along the way. While such feats are all in a day's work for the Warrior of Light, the same cannot be said of Ardashir, who has done well to follow you to this point. Trouble him for his thoughts on the journey thus far. Ardashir asks if you've noticed any changes in the Anima since the start of your journey, but you have nothing of note to report. Undiscouraged, you resolve to revisit the Keeper of the Lake, which has reworked boss battles that I didn't notice last time I went there, and drive off any Garlean forces that may be salvaging the wreckage there. Unable to stay your advance, the Garleans retreat, and the Keeper of the Lake sleeps soundly once more. For the Anima's next lesson, you decide to revisit the Wanderer's Palace to ensure that the Mamul Jah pose no further threat to the Tonberries. Yeah, they weren't reworked when I got to them. I actually just did the new Keeper of the Lake synced in roulette today, and it was quite different. With the aid of the Anima weapon, you drive the Mamul Jah out of the Wanderer's Palace, leaving the Tonberries in peace. When you subsequently pause to consider a suitable venue for your next lesson, you're reminded of a malevolent force which once took hold of Ampador Keep. Never quite convinced that the darkness had truly been banished, you resolve to make for the Shroud. Once more, Ampador Keep has been purged of foul spirits. As you pause to catch your breath, you notice that Ardashir seems oddly distracted. Ask him what's occupying his thoughts. Despite the ever-present danger of death, it would seem that Ardashir has been struck by the beauty of Eorzea. Plainly, her wonders are easier to appreciate when you're not the one doing the fighting. With nothing to report on the Anima's development, you turn to leave, but pause to look back when you sense a familiar presence nearby. Seeing no one, you dismiss the feeling as a trick of the imagination and ponder where to go next. In the end, you settle on the Dusk Vigil, the once proud fortress left to the wild beast of Kurthus. This is when the Anima starts to manifest, sort of. Wielding the Anima weapon with consummate skill, you leave the living denizens of the Dusk Vigil dead, and the dead ones in pieces. Soon after, with the enemies of Ishgard still fresh in your mind, your thoughts turn to dragons. Perhaps some remnant of the Horde lingers on the slopes of Som Al. On the slopes of Som Al, you lay low the minions of Nidhogg in what you hope to be an educational fashion. That's a funny line. The threat of dragons still looms, however, and so you journey to the Eyrie to strike once more against Ishgard's greatest foe. Though your visit to the Eyrie severely taxed your strength, it is not yet time to rest, there's a corgi. Nevertheless, you bid Ardashir make for the safety of Ishgard, for where you mean to go he cannot follow. Rather than face the enemies without, you choose to face the enemies within, your memories, that is. Using the power of your mind, you will relive your battle in the vault. I like how they frame revisiting certain dungeons that don't make sense to revisit as just like thinking about it real hard. Thinking about it a lot. Big think. Though your reenactment of the Battle of the Vault only loosely corresponded to the actual event, you are hopeful that the experience was of some benefit. When you subsequently reflect on the lengths to which you have gone to nurture the anima, you suddenly recall a strange occurrence in the Black Shroud, which you suspect may be significant. Speak with Ardashir and tell him what you saw. Ardashir's eyes grow wide with wonder upon hearing your account of the anima. He leaves immediately for Azizla and asks that you rejoin him there as soon as you're able. Upon arriving, you find Ardashir abuzz with excitement, much to Geralt's evident irritation. You interrupt the pair's bickering with the revelation that the anima can speak. While Ardashir is dumbstruck by the implications of this discovery, Geralt wants nothing more than to go home and asks for your weapon that he might make some final adjustments. The blacksmith duly gives the thing an exceedingly thorough pounding, his arm granted new strength by his thirst for ale, but even he is unprepared for what follows. Without warning, the weapon begins to glow as if alive. Though you sense the fledgling anima still has some way to go, you look forward to seeing it grow. Yeah, the anima starts speaking somewhere in there. It whispers to you, and you have to describe the voice. Oops, I moved. The voice to Ardashir is either a man's voice or a woman's voice, and I chose a woman's voice, so Anima is a girl for Sucro. I don't know if this journal will address that in any way. The anima has grown at a rattling pace. This is coming into its own, absorbing large amounts of ether in the process. Ardashir fears this rapid development may exceed the limits of the soulstone serving as its base. To ensure all your hard work is not wasted, he plans to fortify the soulstone, as well as have Geralt forge a new weapon to hold it. The new weapon, however, will require 4 materials essential for conducting large quantities of ether: enchanted rubber, fast-drying carbon coat, fast-acting Allegan catalyst, and divine water. Geralt suggests seeking out a merchant named Christiana at the House of Splendors in Mordona, who may have what he requires. Please spend 4,000 poetics. Pathetics. The Allegan Tombstone of Pathetics. They should have that as like an Excalibur. An Allegan Tombstone of Pathetics. It just does nothing. Anyway. Christiana's wares are limited, but she does in fact have what you seek. If only it were as simple as paying her in gil. She demands several expertly exotic goods in exchange for the materials Geralt asked for. Whether you fashion them, find them, or trade for them, you must acquire what Geralt needs if you're able to complete the anima weapon. You acquire the materials necessary to affix the anima soulstone to a new weapon. Geralt takes up his hammer and once again puts his legendary skills to work. The familiar ring of his hammer fills the air, but the medley soon comes to a halt. His latest masterpiece is complete, and your weapon is born anew, a Blethwazza's completed adventure. You hold it aloft, basking in its light, when what appears to be a sprite takes shape before you and thanks you for all you've done. You smile and nod, knowing your journey together has only just begun. This is going to take a while to read through, but I do think it's kind of worth it. All my retainers are completing ventures. Finding your voice. Ardashir is determined to supplement the anima's etheric energies so that it might relay its thoughts clearly and concisely. To that end, he proposes improving the ethereal conductivity of the weapon, not only to give the anima the strength to converse, but to allow those without the echo to comprehend that which is communicated. Yeah, that's a part that the journal did not cover, is that only Sucro could see the anima at this point. Geralt begrudgingly agrees to assist. To work on the anima weapon, however, he must first insulate his tools with a soul glaze, and for that he requires 5 pots of ether oil. He bids you seek out Eorzea's traders of ancient antiquities to procure what he requires. You return with the pots of ether oil in hand to find Geralt in unusually high spirits. He soon reveals the reason for his good mood, namely that he has in fact consumed a large volume of spirits. Geralt likes alcohol. Deaf to Ardashir's plea to lower his hammer, Geralt begins pounding away with surprising speed and precision. It's not long before his work is complete and you take up a weapon seemingly alive with ether. As you raise it high to bask in its warm glow, the anima suddenly manifests itself to you. It's thankful for its newfound strength and vows to do what it can to aid you in your coming adventures. Though he cannot yet perceive the anima, Ardashir is glad to see you sharing such a lengthy exchange, and looks forward to seeing how the anima will take shape under your guidance. By the way, the choice of the Anima weapon's gender does slightly affect its dialogue, I think. Very slightly, so it's just kind of arbitrary, really. A dream fulfilled. You can see the Anima weapon manifesting here in front of Ardashir in the picture. The bond between you and the Anima is stronger than ever. Though its development hereafter is but a matter of course, Ardashir believes he can hasten the process. He proposes a short voyage to Idleshire to meet with an acquaintance, one Ulan. A fellow researcher and enthusiast of carbuncles, she's devoted her life to the study of arcane entities and methods by which they can be enhanced. He's all but certain her work is the key to unlocking the Anima's potential, and with that you're off to Idleshire. I don't know if Ulan is relevant at any other point in the game. The focus of Ulan's research, as she tell it. Yeah, she's the one with she has a diamond carbuncle, like a large carbuncle next to her in Idleshire. The focus of Ulan's research, as she tells it, is the use of crystal sand to promote growth in arcane constructs. Normally, one must strike a proper balance of elements for the procedure to work, a process which may take weeks or even months. Thankfully, she realizes you are not one to waste time. To that end, she suggests the use of umbrite, an umbral aspected stone that can strip the elements from crystal sand, eliminating the need to finally attune its elemental properties. With that knowledge, she bids you gather the crystal sand and umbrite necessary to foster the Anima's development to your liking. I think this is the 4000 poetic step. You have to actually distribute stats to your weapon, like you choose. Since it barely matters at this point, I just maxed out piety and spell speed on mine of the options. Ulan's plan is a success. With the crystal sand lacking any elemental aspects, the Anima readily consumes it, reaching new heights of strength. Both you and Ulan are impressed by the results, even more so when the Anima insists on consuming greater quantities of the treated crystal sand. Though it is not without risk, Ardashir consents to the request, stating that the Anima is free to make its own choices. He suspects that this will also require a new weapon better suited to the Anima's burgeoning strength. As a preemptive measure, he returns to Azizla to make preparations with Geralt. His suspicions are soon confirmed when, after several applications of crystal sand, the Anima appears before you whimpering and in pain. Ulan bids you meet with Ardashir and see what can be done to help. You arrive at Azizla to find Ardashir and Geralt ready with a freshly forged weapon to house the Anima's soulstone. After verifying the soul is still in one piece, they carefully transplant it to a new vessel. You raise the weapon high, admiring its beauty, when suddenly the Anima appears before you, and at last, after years of research and countless failures, Ardashir is able to behold the Anima in all its splendor. His dream finally realized, the fledgling researcher must now set his sights higher in pursuits of cultivating artificial life. I think this is the point where a jingle plays that I don't think is used anywhere else in the game than this questline, at least not that I've heard. And that jingle is, of course, that wasn't at great volume. Let's try that again with a different video, which might be better. That one's quieter. Anyway, point is, I don't think the Final Fantasy key item jingle exists elsewhere as far as I'm aware, maybe in other Relic Weapon questlines. But it was a surprisingly, it was a surprise to hear it. And it made me happy to hear it. Apparently you can reallocate the attributes by speaking with Ulan. Future proof. Ardashir is seemingly satisfied with the results of his research thus far, so much so that he soon plans to return to Radzat Han, where he will present his findings. Geralt, on the other hand, is baffled by this presumption and wastes no time reprimanding him. Ardashir reluctantly accepts the truth, that their work is not yet complete, and soon offers a means to temporarily fortify the Anima weapon. For his plan to work, however, it requires a ceruleum solution which he has commissioned from a skilled distiller in Idleshire. While he begins other preparations for the Anima weapon, he asks you meet with this artisan, one Blamprest, in Idleshire. Lamprest is the funniest NPC name in the game so far. Seeking inspiration. That is skipping ahead a little bit, actually. I forgot, I didn't scroll down. Lamprest assures you work on Ardashir's order is well underway. He's been delayed, however, by a need for singing clusters. Also, I sold a bat, I guess. Though difficult to acquire, he's entrusted the task to a pair of sisters, skilled mages who agreed to help for a price. No sooner does he mention the pair than they appear before you seeking compensation for their work. Much to your surprise and dismay, he tells them that you have eagerly agreed to pay for them in his stead. They have yet to explain how you must pay them, but as your only alternative is to bargain at Rowena's Center for Cultural Promotion, you steel yourself to undertake trials of unknown peril. All they really want you to do is run roulettes, which is what these two parts are, actually seeking inspiration and cut from a different cloth. I can probably skip over those. After subjecting yourself to the peculiar whims of Amphilis and Angele, you at last deliver the singing clusters, which is what you needed, to Lamprest, who then crafts you the elixir needed for the Anima weapon's fortifying potion. With your work complete and the elixir in hand, he bids you safe travel back to Azizla. You return to Azizla, elixir in hand. The second bottle you place on Ardashir's workbench, however, leaves him perplexed. Yeah, Geralt also ordered. When you explain to him it was an order for spirits placed by Geralt, he then comes to a sudden and startling realization. Geralt squandered a portion of the money lent to them by Rowena to make the purchase. Of course he did. Though he's furious, he cannot deny the strange yet beneficial effects of alcohol on Geralt's work. After regaining his composure, he completes his potion and sets Geralt to work on fortifying the Anima weapon. Much to their delight, Ardashir's plan was a success. Moreover, he goes on to show you an elegant droid that may be the key to ensuring the Anima's longevity, assuming it can be repaired. And then these are just the Amphilis and Angele repeatable questlines. Born Again Anima. Ardashir has good news to share with you. Work on the processing node vital to his work is nearly complete. His elation is soon dampened, however, when Geralt rebukes him for not lifting a finger to help. The young scholar soon insists on doing his fair share of the work, but never fear, there's plenty to go around. Ardashir wastes no time in splitting up his duties, tasking you with obtaining 3 oddities needed to forge the new Anima weapon. A rare gemstone from Ampador, a magic doll from the Great Gubal Library, and a molten rock from some all. I'm going to sneeze. Anyway, braving the perils of Eorzea's darkest dungeons, you emerge unscathed, and 3 rarities richer for the experience. You can only hope Ardashir will have completed his task by the time you get back. You arrive in Azizla to find the processing node is fully operational. Not wanting to waste time, Ardashir insists Geralt ignore his thirst for ale and begin work on the weapon. Meanwhile, he would have you activate the now functioning node. The node springs to life with a buzz and a whir, ready to fashion you a soulstone, assuming you have the required materials, of course. When you're finished with the processing node, Ardashir asks that you activate the verification node in preparation for the Anima's transfer. Moving the Anima to a new soulstone will incur great risk, as there's chance the fledgling spirit will dissipate into the ether before the process is complete. After extensive research, however, Ardashir has discovered the means to ensure the Anima's safety, increasing its etheric density. As he explains it, the Anima weapon's recent treatment of ceruleum has enhanced its ether-absorbing abilities, making now the opportune time to carry out his plan. He furnishes you with a monitoring device and bids you continue your routine acts of heroism, i.e. run Copperbell Mine's hard mode unsynced 63 times. Roughly. I mean, I did some other things, but that's the most efficient way to accomplish that without more stuff unlocked and a bunch of people to help. Sorry, sinuses are happening. When the Anima has absorbed sufficient levels of ether, his most recent discovery, the verification node, will analyze the Anima weapon and determine your chances of success. Ardashir is not one to gamble, however, and says he will not be satisfied until failure is a mathematical improbability. Oh yeah, I did get a cool bird. I will have to show the cool bird and other cool birds that I have. You traverse the realm to fortify the Anima through feats of heroism both great and small, from saving cats trapped on cold stone roofs to slaying beasts sent from the void. If you say so, journal, I definitely did those things. Sucro may have been one of the cats trapped on a roof that this is describing. Confident that the Anima is ready, you return to Azus Law to have the Anima weapon examined. The verification node begins its analysis, and after what seems an eternity, you're pleased to hear that the chance of failure is nigh on impossible. All that remains is carrying out the transfer. The node says the chance of failure is like 0.0000001% or something, which is considered acceptable. And then it demands that Ardashir upgrades to version 10 of its operating system because they wanted to put a Windows 10 joke in there. Remember Windows 10? Remember when Windows 11 wasn't the new one? I was running on Windows 10 until I got this computer. His plans have been perfect, his calculations impeccable, yet Ardashir cannot dismiss his impending sense of dread. 11 is the current version, so you probably should remember that. His doubts are soon cast aside, however, when Geralt surprises him with a few choice words reminiscent of encouragement. Duly inspired, they set to work, and it's not long before the Anima weapon is placed securely in its new soulstone and weapon, or so they think. You hold your freshly forged weapon aloft, but when you call forth the Anima, a lack of response gives you pause. Just when Ardashir had begun to lose hope, the Anima appears from a blinding flash of light, regaling you with talk of an otherworldly experience. The Anima is safe now and forevermore, but Ardashir mentions he has one last order of business to discuss with you. Whatever could it be? There is a part where I don't think it's right there. I think it's earlier, where the Anima weapon. I think it's when the Anima weapon is first visible by Ardashir. Like, Anima asks. Anima, like, seeing Ardashir's surprise is like, he doesn't look well. Does he also need a new vessel? And I think that's cute. Some assembly required. Ardashir offers a brief explanation of how the Anima's new soulstone will be created, entrusting you with a task of obtaining Pneumite, an obscure catalyst essential to the process. Though he's reluctant to admit it, he knows not where they can be purchased or crafted. It's just the same vendors that sell everything else that's relevant. Ardashir bids you pool all your resources to track down this elusive component. Use the internet. You acquire the Pneumite through means perhaps better left unspoken. It was just poetics. After loading it into the node along with Ardashir's crystals and completing an unexpected but necessary system update. Oh yeah, there's the system update. You are the proud owner of a sparkling new soulstone. The some assembly required is actually part of Born Again Anima, so I skipped. This is actually before what I just read. Once Geralt is finished forging your weapon, it will not be long before the Anima resides in its permanent new home, and then it was. Body and soul. Ardashir is ready to present the results of his research to Rowena. Perhaps due to the strange weather in Azus Law, however, he's unable to contact her using his link pearl. He bids you travel to Idleshire and requests she come to Azus Law while he makes final preparations for the Anima's unveiling. Rowena is pleased to hear that work on the Anima weapon is finally complete. Unfortunately, she has unfinished business keeping her in Idleshire. She asks that you return to Azus Law ahead of her. There's still time before Rowena arrives, and Ardashir seizes the opportunity to present you with a gift. You use the strange device he gives you to summon the Anima and are astonished to see it has taken on a new physical form. Ardashir explains this is possible using the Anima's original soulstone. That's this Anima over here. This is when you get the minion. Rowena arrives soon after to behold the fruits of your hard work. She's pleased with what Ardashir has accomplished and looks forward to seeing more. When he mentions his plans to seek out a new blacksmith to aid him, all eyes are on Geralt, who makes clear his intentions to leave now that he's debt-free. His liberation is short-lived, however, when Rowena reminds him that the vast sums of gil he has spent since they began work on the Anima. Reminds him of the vast sums of gil he has spent since they began work on the Anima. Firmly back under Rowena's thumb, he implores Ardashir to accept his help. Meanwhile, the Anima suggests you leave to seek out new adventures. Words of wisdom. Oh, this is, Oh wait, no, this is right after that. Ardashir's inquiry about the Anima is suddenly interrupted by a Link Pearl call from Rowena. As the young scholar explains it, he'd sent documents outlining his research to a renowned authority of arcane magics, who has seen fit to favor him with a response. Eager though he is to know what wisdom they have to share, he cannot neglect his present work. He asks you precede him and meet with Rowena in Idleshire. Ardashir bursts onto the scene, breathless from an unexpected and hasty return to Azizla before finally arriving in Idleshire. He quickly regains his composure that he might pore over the sage words of the scholar, who's revealed to be none other than the legendary Matoya. Hey, Matoya's in this questline, in the form of, like, letters. That's right. Surprise. This is connected to a character we've seen before. Though her missive is marked with praise for his work, it is not without criticism. Also, how do you mail an essay to Matoya's cave, I wonder? Does she have an address for that? To which he has reason to believe that Ardashir's approach thus far may have failed to instill the Anima with a sufficient sense of individuality. Based on his writing, she's offered a proposal to rectify this issue, and so he returns to Azizla to tell Geralt of the good news. Little to your surprise, Ardashir's unbridled enthusiasm to resume his work is matched only by Geralt's loathing and desire for rest. One can only wonder what trials and tribulations are in store for you and the Anima. And then, where we are at, best friends forever. The ring of steel echoes in your ears as you stir back to consciousness. Though the confrontations have taken place entirely within your mind's eye, your muscles are strangely sore. This is not the entire thing, as your body stiff from great physical exertion, and yet there's still one tale to tell of 3 gods locked in perpetual conflict and the brave soul that dared to bring them low. Okay, that's the current part, but summary. Having carefully pored over Matoya's missive, Ardashir explains that the primals are the key to the Anima's enlightenment. He asks that you relive your fiercest battles with these celestial beings, not on the battlefield, but within your mind. Linked as you are to the Anima, he posits that it would be as if your ethereal companion experienced these epic battles firsthand. Heeding his request, you take a deep breath, still your mind, and think back to your first encounter with the godlike beings known as primals. So yeah, you have to fight like every primal up to this point. Not like in extreme mode though, so it's not too bad. And also you can solo all of that if you're level 90. You wake with the start, your heart still racing from your vivid recollections of your confrontations with Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan. Yet there's still much for you to share with the Anima. You close your eyes once more and prepare to summon from the depths of your memory yet another harrowing battle with the primals. Hello. You open your eyes again for a short reprieve from reliving the more arduous experiences of your past. With the memories of combat still fresh in your mind, you check, perhaps out of habit, to be certain your garb is neither soaked nor singed from battle. Alas, there's no rest for the weary, for many tales of daring do remain untold. Again you clear your mind and summon forth a vision of strife and struggle against the unbridled fury of the primals. And then the part that I read earlier by mistake. And that's where we're at. So that was 38 minutes of primal story, of like Anima story time of me reading the journal, and I hope that that was enjoyable and also gave a good overview of what we are about to complete today, in addition to the Warring Triad stuff. And now we move on to the actual gameplay. Hello, Torsifers. Gods of Eld. I assume that this is their questline. Yes, it is. I should check something. If I am a white mage, this does not give me experience points. So maybe this questline doesn't even give experience and I don't need to worry about that. I will be playing this part as a scholar despite being max level because you need to have the book equipped during these trials. Also, speaking of story time, I think it'd be fun to have streams of me actually just reading stuff to people and talking about it, if that was legal, which it might not be. Remember when I did like videos of reading My Little Pony fanfiction once for some reason? Why did I do that? Anyway, I think that video got deleted. Or maybe it didn't, maybe it still exists. Don't go watch it. Gods of Eld. Torcifer has a message for you from a mysterious stranger. Yeah, the Aragon reading was something. I would legitimately read the entirety of the Aragon series on stream if I were allowed to, but I don't think that, I think that's against the law. Because I think it would be interesting to talk about it. Anyway. Ah, my Lady Sucro, during your absence, a stranger came calling. Oh yeah, I did read some sort of meta about Pokemon at some point, probably. Yeah. The Inheritance Cycle, the proper name for the 4 Aragon books, apparently. I say apparently, but I knew that, but also, like, I just call them the Aragon books. Upon learning that you were away, he left a message to the effect that he wishes to speak with you and will await you at the Rising Stones. If you have a mind to oblige this stranger, please be careful. I cannot well explain why, but it put me ill at ease to simply be near him. When we, you know, maybe I'll just do this now as well. If I go to Azizla, I can show you Ardashir and Geralt, who are still sitting around, and also I can show you all of the forms of the animal weapon that it has been through to this point. We'll be back here, like, in not too much time. But yeah, here's Ardashir and Geralt. You can read Ardashir's journal, and he has a bunch of notes about the Anima, which I haven't read, and I'm not going to spend another 20 minutes reading those. You can get another Soulstone if you want. The verification node is still there. The restoration node is the part where you can see existing animal weapons that you can get restorations of. So this is not going to be like all of them, I think. This was Elements Awoken. This was one stage of it. Then the proper Anima stage was Tetrabiblos, which did not glow because they usually have a non-glowy and then glowy stage. Then there was Hyperconductive Tetrabiblos, which is the glowy one for Tetrabiblos. I feel like the glowy might make it more difficult to read the book, but I don't know. Then there was Word of the Magnate, which is alright. And then Sharpened Word of the Magnate, which is again glowy. And presently we have a tier that cannot be replicated because we have to move past it. I don't know how you get the replica of the final tier, actually, because you can't go past that one. So unless that unlocks when the actual weapon does, I don't actually know how to get that. Anyway. To the Rising Stones. And yeah, Aragon is, Oh, I sold another bat. You can't put the actual final tier of the Glamour... You can't put any of the actual Anima weapon tiers themselves into a Glamour Dresser, so there is a replica of all of them. I just don't know how you get the replica of that one. And yeah, Aragon, to summarize it, Aragon's big selling point was that it was written by, like, a teenager. It's like, wow, you can write too. But, I'm being waved at. Oh, hello. Ayato is here.
Woohoo!
But yeah, big selling point, written by a teenager, wow. And the joke there is that it was published by his rich family. Hello! That's me. But yeah, Aragon is basically a whole bunch of random semi-generic fantasy stuff thrown together in ways where it's like really obvious what the references are, which is not in itself a terrible thing. But they're not really... The writing's not good. The story is kind of a mess. The bad guys seem relatively more likable than the good guys at points. When they confront the evil Emperor Galbatorix, who only shows up in the final book, the main villain does not appear until the end. One of the... Well, not when they confront him, but one of Galbatorix's speeches is like, I was just gonna, like, share funding with the people to make lives better. That's my evil plan. Ho ho ho. I don't know. That wasn't his actual evil plan, but that was part of his speech when he was going on about how he rules his empire or whatever. He was like, I'm gonna mint currency. Is that bad? I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Baffling series of books for sure. Would be worth discussing. Clearly I should start a podcast. I will not. My thanks for coming. A mystery short person is here. Shorter than Sucro. Unukalhai is my name, and I serve a friend. I sought you out that I might alert you to the rising threat of the beings known as Icons. Uncle Hai? Oh, and I'm glad if my stream can be a cozy place to hang out and help you in any way. You are aware of the threat, you say? Ah, but I speak not of the primals with which you are exceedingly well acquainted. It may interest you to know that the term Icon and the beings to which it refers precede the Garlean Empire by eras. Eras? You see, it is the name by which the Allegans called godlike beings, the dark divinity Odin among them, and the Garleans who seek to emulate the glory of ancient Alleg have simply availed themselves of it. Pray, permit me to continue the tale. I thought it was you. Ah, Urianger, how kind of you to join us. As the Warrior of Light's comrade, my participation is but to be expected. After all, the matter doth pertain to the very fate of this star. The Icons of Eld, in the distant past, these mighty beings did offer fierce resistance to the Allegan Empire. However, they eventually fell to the men of Alleg, who devised the means by which to capture them. And it did not end with capture, as you well know, for the Allegans also learned how to harness the Icons' power. They refined this knowledge at the Etherochemical Research Facility on Aziz La, and within the centrifugal crystal engine, they sealed 3 of the beings, the Warring Triad. 3! We're learning about 3, finally. 'Twas first and foremost to acquire the infinite power of the Warring Triad that the Archbishop did seek Aziz La. But in the wake of his defeat, the bindings which confine the Icons were severely damaged. Doubt not that they will fail completely ere long. Know that we do not condemn you for striking down the Archbishop. You were simply fulfilling your destiny, and yet were the Warring Triad to be released unto the world, unimaginable destruction would ensue. Take heart, for there is hope still. Through swift action we may yet prevent their awakening and see them resealed. But in dealing with this new threat, our first step must be to contend with the old. 2 savage gods have returned, I fear, summoned once more by their worshippers, and at a strength far surpassing their previous incarnations. Wait, what? You have to do Ravana and Bismarck Extreme for this? I didn't remember that part at all. I speak of the primals Ravana and Bismarck. If left unchecked, they will inevitably seek to seize the power of the Warring Triad. This will serve to feed the confluence of chaos and hasten the Icons' awakening. To which we must needs vanquish both their kinds. I pray thee, however, to first focus thy gaze upon the primals, ere we turn our attention to those Icons in their fitful slumber. I shall return to the waking sands forthwith and consider such measures as are available to us. Meanwhile, I bid thee attend to the task of eliminating the primals. Young Unukalhai shall assist thee. Rest assured he is not our enemy, for the time being at least. Did you have to add that ominous final phrase? Yeah, I might just solo fight those two. I sure do talk a lot now that I have streaming, like, on a schedule. And I'm never prepared for the effects of this. There's a book. The Warring Triad is the collective term for 3 immensely powerful icons that were brought into existence during the twilight of the Third Astral Era. Summoned by the native tribes of Mericidia, these entities were set against the encroaching forces of the Allegan Empire. The strength of a primal is determined by the fervent prayers of its faithful, and as the Mericidians' prayers called for saviors with the power to throw back an imperial invasion, the resulting incarnations were perforce imbued with nigh incalculable might. That the Allegans were capable of conquering such godlike beings well illustrates the incredible heights to which their technology had ascended. The implacable empire, implacable? Implacable? Subdued and imprisoned the Warring Triad, shackled them to machinery that sustained, I'm having trouble reading, the icons' forms whilst at the same time leeching away their infinite energies. For 5 millennia did the Warring Triad languish thus in dreaming servitude, their slumber undisturbed until Archbishop Thornton VII of Ishgard rattled the bars of their cage. The Archbishop had come to Azizla, seeking to absorb the Three's power and make of himself a god without rival. It was fortunate, then, that the Warrior of Light and her companions thwarted Thornton before he realized his tyrannical ambitions, but the victory was not without consequence. The violence of the battle cracked the seals that keep the Triad in torpor, and the icons have begun to stir. Worse, the Garlean Empire and their heavy-handed efforts to plunder the secrets of Azizla threaten to drag them into full wakefulness. These terrible entities must be destroyed before they arise in all their cataclysmic splendor. That was kind of like a summary of what we just heard about, but also there was some new information in it. Yeah, Bismarck. If we are to prevent the awakening of the Warring Triad, then Bismarck must be cast down once more. I'm aware of the rather unorthodox method you employed to lure out and slay the White Whale before, and had mind to follow established precedent. That said, islands are not easy to come by. I should hope it's not necessary, but you may as well show this gemstone to Chief Sonu. He will know it as the weeping eye of the Manukmanai, and it will ensure that he is completely committed to our cause. And before you ask, I've already informed Master Garland of our plans. He's currently en route to the Blue Window. Okay, so step further away from Unukalai first. As you prepare yourself for battle, so too does Ravana. Within Thokas Thok, he builds his strength, feeding upon the prayers of his innumerable children. But those same children will not suffer you to live should you surrender yourself to them a second time. Nay, you must devise a new way of approaching the Lord of the Hive's domain. Consult with the storyteller, the Elder of the Vath, and he will aid in this endeavor. Take this bauble. 'Tis known amongst the Nath as the burning eye of Ravana. When the time comes, you will know what to do. Well, yeah, I'm gonna unsync these extreme fights because this is not what I'm here for. We've already seen these primals. The extreme fights will be somewhat different. But we're here for the Warring Triad. We're here to learn about 3, not 5, not 2. 3. Thou shalt count to 3, as they say. I'm going to start with Bismarck, I think. And I will gladly accept the aid of Ayato for this. I think that, I should probably clarify how to say your character's name. Ayato, I'm assuming is correct. There could be other ways to emphasize it. Okay. Just checking. God, I already forgot the Lost in the Sauce thing I said about Ravana. Their lives lost in the sauce. I wish it said that. The Tramontane returns, and with it the light. So too comes the great Netherling warrior. I have a round gemstone heavily aspected to both water and wind that's believed by the Zundu tribe to be one of the eyes of the Manukmanai, a great beast of honor legend. Difficult to read words like that quickly. Like double rainbows in the mist, Sonu knows not what to make of this. An eye in the hands of a Netherling. There are multiple double rainbow jokes in this game. All of them are related to the Vundu and the Gundu and whatnot. There's at least two. Storm clouds of the Vundu are no match for the eye's might. Smash it against the Aetheryte in the whale's crown, and he will be vulnerable once more. Bind him with chains of steel and drive him from the cloud sea. Return zephyr winds and sunlight to our lands. Yep. And that is over here. Double rainbows are still relatively rare. I actually don't know. I don't know how, like, the geology and, like, weather of a bunch of floating islands would impact the ability to see rainbows, or, like, the formation of rainbows if you were above a lot of the clouds. Would that have some sort of impact? Would it be more difficult to see a double rainbow? Would it be rarer? Would the rainbows all be below you? Would they only see rainbows if, like they mentioned, the mists were higher up? There's a lot of things that I don't have the answers to. There you are, Sucro. The Enterprise Excelsior is ready to depart whenever you are. Say again? Chief Sonu wants you to smash some gemstone against an Aetheryte to dispel a barrier of storm clouds? I don't even know where to begin. Ah, the hell's with it. Maybe it'll bring us good luck. I'll rendezvous with you there. And then that is over there. All right, fair enough. Good thing I have a flying motorcycle. Yeah, I seriously did not remember that Bismarck and Ravana Extreme were required for this questline. I thought I was just gonna, like, do those later on. Oh yeah, actually, this would be a good time to show a different mount. So, in the Heavensward Extreme Trials and whatnot, there are many horses that you can receive. Or no, those are in the Realm Reborn ones, sorry. In the Heavensward one, there are instead many birds that you can receive. Multiple of these are from things I have not fought yet because I found them in a box instead. The Round Lanner, is the one dropped by Thornton Extreme. I also have the ones dropped by, I think, Minstrel's Ballad Nidhogg's Rage, which is not something we're close to, and Sophia, who is part of the Warring Triad. So we will get to Sophia, but not Extreme. So this is Shiny Bird. I had to do Thornton Extreme for Wondrous Tales, and found out that it could not really be soloed. At least with the Scholar. So I got Ayato's help with that one, and this bird dropped the first kill, and I won it in the roll, and then we had to fight Thornton, like, I don't know, like 9 more times or something to get one for her. Such is the nature of RNG. I gotta climb up here. Attuning? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. After a pause, you smash the gemstone against the Aetheryte. Nothing much happens. Out of habit, you attune with the Aetheryte, and once more, nothing much happens. However, Limitless Blue Extreme is now accessible. Well, okay. Unrestricted Party. Limitless Blue Extreme. Here we go. I will do the Warring Triad fights synced and properly, as previously mentioned. I'm just not super interested in doing these two extreme fights normally. Also, there's probably mechanics in this that I forgot. Also, at least regular Bismarck has a special cutscene if you lose where the island you are on gets eaten. And I don't like it, so I hope that doesn't happen. I dislike this, but it was worth mentioning that it exists. Well. Isn't it cool how we found the exact same island somehow? That's correct. Sucro is not food. Oh. I was waiting for a cast bar to appear to show that Bismarck was going to run into the island. Did we lose already because we didn't block that? Guess we'll find out. Bismarck anger. If you try to solo Bismarck, this part is annoying because these two ads here, if they are together, at least in the regular fight, then they have a big defense buff, so they take ages to kill. Hello, Bismarck. There's a lot of stuff level 90 Scholar can do that I am not used to using at all because I have not actually done any high level content of any sort. Okay, we didn't lose immediately from the generator thing. That's good. At least not yet. Oh yeah, Sid's lines are the same. It's true. Ah, lightning. Lightning in my face. Yeah, that fight didn't actually seem that different from the normal version. So I feel okay about skipping it effectively. Oh, hey. Bird. Bird for you. I will ignore all faded copies of Orchestrion. We will have to try and get that whale bird for me later, maybe. Please demonstrate the whale bird, if you would. For the viewers at home. If you don't mind. It's whale bird. It's bird that is water. Okay. Now we have to go and report back to Sonuvanu. It's me, the one who teleports regardless of the cost in order to save time. Many people do this, probably. As storm clouds give way to sunlight, so hope returns to Zundu and clarity of vision to Sonu. Sonu sees Netherling for who she truly is. Netherling is bearer foretold. Once long ago, in the midst of a great battle with a tribe from the Nethers, a horrid, wicked demon comes to feast on the bodies of the fallen. Monukmanai we name him. Monukmanai we decry him. For generations he hunts the Vanu Vanu, but this day we say no more. Greatest of our heroes climbs atop the beast's back, and with blades black as midnight, she rips his eyes from his head and casts them into the cloud sea. An hour of great need, eyes return to the Vanu, look to their bearer for salvation. So she declares, so it comes to pass. And now Netherling's deeds we remember forevermore. Hey, what's with creatures being powered by their eyeballs anyways? We've now got at least two types of creature that this applies to. Anyway. And now... eyes are the window to the soul? I guess. That's a quote from somewhere, I think. Yeah, it could have also been a dragon. That's true. I'm trying to remember if eyes are the window to the soul is a quote from somewhere. Or if it's just a thing that everyone knows about somehow. Ah, hunter friend, welcome. You come hunting gods once more? The non-mind is glad of your thirst for divine blood. Ever more rapacious do the one-mind grow as they seek offerings to glut our deity's insatiable appetite. I'm a cat, and I gotta kill God again. Another path to our god's domain? Yes, there is but one way. You must seek out the Gain Hive on the far side of the colony and attune your spirit to the aetheryte ensconced within. But the deed is not possible. We hear that the crystal is warded by ancient ritual magics. The One Mind have woven the seal such that only the most worthy of warriors shall be granted leave to enter Thok Ast Thok, and they do not share with the non-mind what they consider worthy. Well, that's fine. I have got a funny artifact that I can use to enter the door. I have a funny key. Are you fighting over there? The battle music makes me think you're fighting over there. In the in-game chat, Ayato says, maybe, :3. Should I be referring to you as your character's name? Or as your name? I suppose it doesn't matter a lot. Unless it does? I don't know. Alright. Ayato is fine. Hello! Only the greatest warriors have... Wait, did you just go through our gates without any problem? Okay, fine. Only the worthy are, allowed to use the automatic doors that open for everyone. After a pause, you smash the gemstone against the aetheryte. Nothing much happens. Out of habit, you attune to the aetheryte, and once more, nothing much happens. And yet, once more, this happens. Alright. Extreme Ravana, unsynced. Yeah. Warrior of Light's troubleshooting procedure. Oh, step 1 was try to break it with something. Step 2 is attuned to it. Step 3 is Wild Rose, I think. Step 1 would be break something against it. Or hit it with something. Imagine like tech support in this world. Have you tried attuning to your computer? I don't actually know if these intros are like the same between normal and extreme, but they look pretty similar. Have you tried killing it and summoning it again? Yeah, that sort of thing. They're the same? Alright.
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
I don't really know what's different about Ravana EX either.
Furious as a blaze.
Haha, I stole aggro as the healer. This means I am the winner. Can you destroy Ravana before he even does the phase change? He's probably gonna live with 1 HP, right?
Perish.
Nah, he's gonna get to the part where, yeah, this is different. There's a little more shenanigans occurring here. I guess.
Wilt thou yield? Thou hast bested me.
There we go. Oh, you could hear the second phase music briefly starting up in this phase.
My blades at thy feet, child.
This is the same too. You could hear the second phase music trying to begin in the background. But you can kill Ravana before phase 2 then. Okay, another axe. Another giant axe for Sucro. And no bird. No bird this time. All right then. Should open, oh yeah, totems, that's right, that's a mechanic that exists. Whale book. Just in case you want. Is the bird really 100 totems? I forgot about that. But yeah, the totems exist so that if the RNG never smiles upon you, you have a guaranteed way of exchanging something for what you're looking for, which is a smart system, I think. That's not the right quest turn-in point. That's over here. Once more have you slain our ravening god. Your tribe must think you a great hunter indeed. Even the One Mind must begin to appreciate the folly of their wasteful summonings. But tell us, great hunter, how were you able to pass the seal? Did it simply melt away at the approach of your indomitable presence? The doors are automatic. A gemstone of fire and earth? There's something. A memory we have from the Overmind before we were cast out. A memory of the burning eye of Ravana. The Overmind has recollections of legends over 100 generations old. We remember the tale of our god as he once was, an all-devouring beast whose eye was torn from him by an invading tribe. The Nath have sought to recover the lost relic for centuries, that it might be rejoined with Ravana reborn. But even were it found, it is said that only the most worthy of warriors can bear its searing touch. I now understand why the seal granted you passage. But tell us, great hunter, how came you by the eye? Weird kid gave it to me. A youngling named Unukalhai? Your deed has returned many memories to the surface of our mind, but that name is not among them. To gift you with such a prize, he too must have thought you worthy. Did I lose HP for a second? Did my fairy just here? Wait, no, I think Ayato became summoner and cast Physic as a joke, or a prank. We thank you, great hunter. Too soon do our memories from the Overmind fade, but you've given us a new story to tell. No, my fairy is actually casting Embrace on me. Why? I'm not hurt. Eos? Eos, do you just need a hug? I mean, that's fine. I think Eos just needs a hug. Anima gets a hug too. Uncle on High is a 100 floor instance dungeon introduced in the Stormblood expansion. That's pretty good. I'm glad that multiple people have some sort of high uncle related mnemonic device for remembering this person's name. Incidentally, Heaven on High is something in my very big list of everything that I need to cover in this game. So that we will see Uncle on High at some point, I guess. I just opened my document here. Let's see. Current plans, in case anyone is curious. Warring Triad, Alexander, main story, Tales of the Dragon Song War, Stormblood, Further Hildebrand, Evilise, Auspices, Auspice, I think is how you say that. Heaven on High, Omega, Doman Enclave unlocking, main story, etc., etc. And if you immediately processed all of that information, you now know the order of stuff that will happen up until Shadowbringers. Anyway, before we talk to Unukalhai, it's time to be right back, which means more Sucro facts for everyone at home. I truly love the Sucro Facts Corner, and I'm glad I had that idea and put it together. If anyone has any questions for Sucro, serious or otherwise, or questions about Sucro, feel free to ask them, and maybe an answer will appear in the Fact Corner at some point. Because it is a mix of actual, like, Sucro headcanon slash lore and funny joke. Funny meme joke. Also, I have realized that I have addressed the people at home twice so far for some reason. And I would like to also say that if you are not currently at home, you are also welcome here. Hello. Everyone is welcome. Unless you are a huge jerk. Then you're not welcome. But I don't think anyone here is. So, welcome back. I could do the unsynced extremes after the triad if they unlock really quickly. I'll consider it. Do we have extra information here yet? No. Alright, who's ready to talk to Unukalhai? Alright, I need to stand to the side for this, just in case. You needn't say a word. The etheric readings left no doubt. The Lord of the Mists is no more. For the time being, at least. After all, such beings have a rather troublesome tendency to return. Let us turn our attention to the Lord of the Hive, who in quiet meditation awaits her coming. No, I already killed him too. And thus has the Lord of the Hive's essence returned unto the land. And thus has the essence of Ravana joined that of the Lord of the Mists in its return unto the land. You have my gratitude, Warrior of Light. Without your valiant efforts, these primal terrors would have invited devastation on a cataclysmic scale. For unlike others of their ilk, Bismarck and Ravana both harbor the desire and the power to reach Az's law. It is with dreadful certainty that I sense their intent to feed on the strength of the Warring Triad, and thereby amplify their own power by an order of magnitude. Perhaps an unreal order of magnitude, you might say. I don't think they did Unreal Trials for those two. I don't actually know. By what wisdom do I claim such certainty? I am gifted it with, how shall I put this, an intimate knowledge of the primal mind. You are curious, I am sure, but you need not understand the nature of a power to use it, do you? It is much the same with the Echo, I imagine. Ah, the realm of Eorzea. Ever has it been a land embraced by gods, for weal or for woe, I should wonder. For the time being, I shall remain here in the Rising Stones and assist Urianger with his research into the icons. If you should require aught further of me, simply ask. Oh, that would be interesting if they had like Bismarck or Ravana plus Warring Triad mechanics as a theoretical, since such a thing was proposed. What is this achievement? Ah. Finder of False Gods. I should maybe actually apply a title to Sucro at some point. Let's take a look at the titles we have. The True, the White, the Exterminator, Seeker of Blood, Sucro's famous trait. Seeker of Truth, Serpent Lady, Cavalier, Green Eyes, which is just false, Dungeon Master, Serpent Puppy, Howler, Growler, Hound, Stalker. Apparently this is how much PvP I've done. The Heart of the Party, which is the one I have on my card. Drone Sniper, Defender of Eorzea, The Final Witness, Icebreaker. Of the Silver Lining, Gentlewoman, Tamer of Steeds, The Unsevered. Gambler, Chocobo Breeder. Bug Girl, Deck Holder, Bearer of the Torch, Unbeliever, The Redeemed Nidhogg Slayer of the Silver Fuller. Imperial Nuisance, Under Archon, The End of Ascalon, The Oathkeeper, Sky Singer, Pure White, Dreadspawn, Nimian Marine, Finder of False Gods, Minion Collector, Minion Master, Mammoteer, Sky Pirate, The Numenon, Mythbreaker, Special Advisor, Polis Raider, The Chief Mourner, Hero of Gelmora, Corpse Dancer, Of the Holy Body, Gigi's Best Friend, Mortal Fist, Table Setter, Fashion Leader, Kingsglaive, the Sagacious, Bronze Bearer, and Makai Gunbreaker. God, I wish they did the rest ultimate, which is all the primals in a row. That'd be really funny. So now that I've arbitrarily read this entire list of titles, which is apparently 62 of them, if any of those stand out as, that's a Sucro title, then let me know, because they don't really stand out to me. Maybe Special Advisor? But also, like, you don't have to have a title. And also, you can have a separate title on your Adventurer plate, as demonstrated here. Gigi's best friend is alright, but we're no longer joined by Gigi on our adventures because Anima is here. Did this get updated? No. A pleasure as always, Sucro. What would you ask of me? Oh, I can ask you question. I guess I probably have to go talk to Urianger. The Numenon is the title associated with the Anima questline, but it's much earlier in the questline. I am Manukalai, and I serve a friend. Lest you wonder why one so young was chosen for this task, it's because I have an intimate knowledge of the primal mind. Okay, you are just going to repeat stuff that you've already said if I ask about that. That's more of a recap feature. Sucro... I mean, she's polite. I don't know if she's much of a gentlewoman. I don't know what that entails exactly. That's the sort of title that's up to interpretation, I would think. I'm guessing I have to go talk to Urianger at the Waking Sands. So I'll go do that. And if that's not the case, then oops. Every time I pass through this area, I remember that there's one side quest chain where the whole gimmick of the chain is that you get hints but no objective markers. And it's like a puzzle you have to solve, and I think that area is relevant to it, but I don't think there's anything you actually get for that, and it's just a neat little mystery time. Oh. So you tried to teleport me to the appropriate location. Oh. It's not Urianger. Well, time for the internet. Did I like... Wait, no, those two trials were optional, apparently. Maybe? Wait. Ah. I have bad news, friends. In order to get to this quest line, one must complete As Goes Light, So Goes Darkness, which is part of the main story. Therefore, we cannot do the Warring Triad right now. Oops. I didn't know that. Well... Okay, so we have some options. First of all, let me check to see if the Alexander quests also have a story requirement. We could start those. It's been an hour and 40 minutes and we were just about to get to the thing we were going to do, and then we can't do it because there's a requirement that I didn't know about. Whoops. Maybe I should do some more research in advance. Players must complete Heavensward in order to do Alexander. Yeah, it's not your fault either, don't worry. I thought it would be the primals, but I guess those were apparently optional, those extremes. But since they were the only option presented, I sort of assumed. So as goes light, so goes darkness, or whatever, is 3.1. So that's technically not too far away. Sort of. But we wouldn't be able to get to the Warring Triad today. I feel like I need to update the stream information. Stream information. I've at least temporarily put another set of parentheses after the stream title saying, just kidding, apparently I haven't unlocked them? Okay, so with this unexpected development, it's up to you, the audience, to help me decide what we're doing now. So, as a refresher for the list, the Heavensward content was, yeah, it turns out that the first part of the Warring Triad questline does not actually unlock until you complete patch 3.1's main story, and we have only completed 3.0's main story. So, one option would be to continue the main story quest early in order to reach the Warring Triad questline. Another option would be to change course and do Alexander's questline now instead first, because I don't know if that has any main story requirements. It looks like you can at least start it without continuing the main story. Those are our two options. Is Warring Triad the only thing that's patch locked? And also, am I going to have to progress the main story each time for Warring Triad? So I should actually schedule Warring Triad for after, right before Stormblood? Yeah, the patches do continue in real time. That is typically, I think, how those go. Let me check required quests for future. It doesn't seem like there are more required quests for Warring Triad until 3.1. Or rather, like, after As Goes Light, So Goes Darkness, there is not another required main story for the rest of Warring Triad, I think. So yeah, we either do 3.1 and then Warring Triad, or we do Alexander first and then 3.1 and then Warring Triad, I guess. So, what do you all think? 3.1 or Alexander? Those are our options right now. I will preemptively change to White Mage because, yeah. And I will BRB for another second. seems like opinions are 3.1 might be the thing to do now. So I will prepare for that, and then we will continue with that, I guess. So I tried to Google to get like the splash art or whatever for as goes light, so goes darkness, and I accidentally added another S. So it was as goes light, so goes darkness. And the results were very confusing and concerning. There were buts. Anyway, let's see here. The butt curse is always present. Let me see. Okay. I want to try something. I have to find something. Where is it? I'm so bad at finding all of the stuff in my stream because there's so much of it now. Chat cover. Properties. That's a way different size. Never mind, I'm not going to bother with that right now. I thought maybe I would change the chat cover to reflect the patch we were in, but we're still in Heavensward. Whatever. All right, let me... change the stream title to accurately reflect. Send out a little tweet connected to the first one to make that clear there. Typity type. We're still learning about 3. We're just learning about how you can put decimal points after it. God, I wish, but that would take a few minutes to put together, but it's a good idea. I would do that. By the way, that image was also on the starting screen. The Sucro happy about the 3. That image was a direct reference to a screenshot of Sesame Street. Anyway, I guess we're going to do the main story quest now. Hooray. And as such, I will resume White Magery. Now that it's been 1 hour and 42 minutes and 24 seconds or so, I guess we'll actually do something. The extreme trials I thought were required, but no. I mean, we did get a bird. And it was funny to see Ravana fall over without the face change. So it's not entirely without merit. Okay, so last vigil. I'm going to have to check later to see if there are any main story, if there are any other side quests that are like locked to certain main story patch progression. If anyone happens to know any of that information offhand, please let me know. But like, don't go trouble yourself into finding it all out right now on my account. Instead, let us just proceed with the main story for a bit. Hello, Alphino. An uncertain future. We will start getting experience for quests, but it looks like the experience is not much. I guess I'm really curious to like how this will work out being on level. Guess we'll find out. Fortuitous timing as always, Sucro. Tataru was about to brief me on the search for our missing comrades. Some of the post-Endwalker raids are like that. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. If you'd be so kind, then. Absolutely. You'll be pleased to hear that Rio and his men have been making excellent progress. You remember how Philomene helped me to escape the Crystal Braves in Limsa Lomensa only to then disappear? Well, according to Rio, she crept aboard a ship bound for Radzatan, where she's been hiding ever since. He assures me that it won't be long before we're reunited. As for Ida and Papalimo, the remains of their link pearls have been found, and in Pearl Lane of all places. Rio thinks they must have disposed of them after escaping from the Royal Promenade. Yes, that would make sense. They could not risk being eavesdropped upon by our betrayers. We're all but certain they fled the story shortly after, though we still don't have a clue where they went. Okay, not to interrupt the conversation more or anything, which I am doing. I wonder if it would be wise to structure the future of this as like a point X patch side quest thing, point X patch side quest thing, etc. Rather than all the side quests, all the point X main story. Because like the way I had things listed out, for example, like my list of Shadowbringers tasks was Shadowbringers main story, Roll Quests 1, Ruby Emerald weapons, etc. Spoilers, I guess. Roll Quest 2, Eden, Roll Quest 3, Nier, Roll Quest 4, Roll Quest Epilogue, main story to Endwalker, Tales from the Shadows. And yes, by the way, I am committing to doing all of the roll quests, which means they need to level a tank. Even though I have tankxiety again. But yeah, I might want to restructure it so that it would be like Shadowbringers roll quests 5.1, Ruby Emerald, Roll Quest 2, 5.2, Eden, Roll Quest 3, etc. So I'll have to think about this a lot. Sorry for interrupting the conversation even more. I swear we will get moving. This is probably stuff to think about after the stream instead of during it, though I do welcome feedback and input. The difficult mode would be to do each side quest up to the point, like the difficult to organize mode would be, for example, Shadowbringers main story, Roll Quest 1, everything and every side quest step that was in 5.1, everything and every side quest step that was in 5.2, etc. Instead of doing side stories in like chunks, which is easier to like sort and organize. And it's also kind of interesting. Like both, there's good parts to each presentation. Like you say, doing a whole side story in one is a little bit weird because they expect you to have like breaks between parts of the story. But it's also interesting to see everything done at once in like a chunk like that. And it can also help prevent you from losing like plot threads and stuff, or help me from that, like forgetting what's going on or whatever. But also there would be merit to presenting the game as it was released. And for example, covering everything in 3.1 here, and then covering everything in 3.2, and then covering everything in 3.3. So we'd see each of the side stories in chunks and be like alternating between them. With Heavensward, we have already done stuff in such a way where I couldn't really do all of 3.1, all of 3.2, etc. But starting with Stormblood, if we decided that that was a better approach, I could say do everything they added in 4.1 and then do everything they added in 4.2 instead of going through all of like Stormblood, then all of the Hildebrand quests, then all of Evilise, then all of the Auspice storyline. That's stuff to sort out, I guess, later, but also I do welcome any feedback or opinions on that now, so I feel like it's worth talking about. Anyway, we're all but certain they fled into the city shortly after, though we still don't have a clue where they went. I see, and what of Thancred and Minfilia? I'm afraid I have nothing new to share about those two, but it's not all doom and gloom. The good news is we've enlisted the services of a Charlian scholar, one of the students of Baldessian, to aid in the search, who should be arriving any day now. And this is why Warring Triad is patch-locked, actually. Because that's a character that's important to that side quest chain. And she's not here yet. That makes a lot of sense. I was wondering, I didn't remember how she was introduced. So that makes a lot of sense. One of the students, you say? I should very much like to meet this scholar, if time permits. But first we must attend to a more pressing matter. Sir Emmerich has summoned the two of us for a private audience. The messenger did not specify what he wished to discuss, only that it was urgent. Assuming you have no objections, Sucro, I suggest we proceed to the congregation forthwith. And mayhap we can meet with the scholar afterwards, agreed? Yeah, Kryl has been... Spoilers, it's Kryl. Kryl has been mentioned offhand by Minfilia at one point in Realm Reborn. She has not actually been introduced or shown up at all yet. I actually forgot... What I forgot was that she was relevant to the post-Heavensward main story. I thought she was only relevant to the Warring Triad questline for right now. But yeah, that's how I forgot it. In that case, I think I'll return to the Forgotten Knight for now. Things are liable to fall apart if I'm gone too long, you know. Nod. Tutaru secretly runs the entire establishment at this point. Tutaru is extremely powerful. And that's probably more true than I know, because I don't know all of the information about Tutaru yet. Like, legitimately, not only Sucro doesn't know, but also I don't know. Because there is an entire Tutaru questline in Endwalker, or post-Endwalker, and I have no idea what it's about. Don't tell me, obviously. Good invariably triumphs over evil in fairy tales, yet they are conspicuously reticent about what follows. Why aren't there sequels to my favorite fairy tales, Sucro? The Lord Commander is within. Pray proceed, miss. Sucro, I would like to watch Beauty and the Beast 2 on home video. Direct-to-video sequels, Sucro. They're what we need in this world.
Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
Ah, yes.
We quite understand. What was it that you wished to discuss?
I forgot privacy was an alternate way of pronouncing privacy.
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities.
Speaking of people dealing with politics, after the end of the fairy tale, or whatever.
I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely. Quite the opposite. The statutes specify that I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop.
But what if we weren't a theocracy?
But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
Yeah, exactly.
I confess I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence?
Also fair.
After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed.
Agreed.
I only wish the people agreed.
Oh.
That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number question our methods.
What's there to question? All we did was destroy the Pope. The Archbishop, who was effectively a Pope. But, you know, like, all we did was completely overturn the government structure of the nation. You'd think people would be more okay with that, right? Haha. It's fine.
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
It has already begun.
Oh,
And that on both sides.
it's not fine.
Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the Broom.
We saw that in the Scholasticate questline.
Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order. But such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
Alright, so what's your plan?
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Trine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Well, that makes sense.
Annex Trine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
We must needs open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor?
Nod. Bow.
Thank you, my friends.
I would say that asking Vidofnir to meet us in Ishgard seems dangerous, but we already did show up to Ishgard on the back of a dragon, as Emmerich said.
Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
So, like, salute. Maybe it's fine.
In the wake of the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core. For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers. What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow? A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens.
I forgot the narration continued post 3.0.
Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength.
Here's Nidhogg.
Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon. prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph. As desperately as we sought the solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war. Nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
Yep. The journey, at least, should pose little difficulty this time. I know little of the lands all these dragons I know little of the lands these dragons call home, this annexed shrine. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem a far more daunting prospect. I confess, I myself once shuddered at the thought of it, yet even the longest journey begins with the first step, does it not? Ah, but ere we set forth, Sucro and I must needs inform our comrade of our plans. Very well, I shall see to my preparations. Then let us go and bid farewell to Tataru, Sucro. Oh yeah, this reminds me. The latest patch did add duty support for some Heavensward duties, which we have already seen some of the ones they added support for, but also a few upcoming dungeons all the way up to Stormblood, I think, will also have duty support. As you can see here, you can do the Etherochemical Research Facility with NPCs, who are generic scions, and you can also do the Great Google Library with NPCs, who are Alphino and Y'shtola, who no longer have to stay and do chores for Matoya, and also Perorogo. One of the funny frogs is either the tank or the DPS, depending on what you're doing. Also, Y'shtola is a DPS conjurer, which is very funny. But yeah, Frog Tank real. I think someone or me or someone else was pondering at the time of the Great Google Library if maybe the frogs would be in the duty support. I don't want to take credit for it. It was a topic of discussion during that stream. It could have been me. I think I also suggested, like, the brooms. I thought you might want to tell her, or would you rather I did all the talking? So, what was your secret meeting all about? I'm all ears. We gotta go negotiate with the dragons. A diplomatic mission to annex Trine, you say? Well, I suppose that does take precedence. But should your meeting with Vidofnir happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Y'shtola in Idleshire. She'll be there to receive our guest. Don't get me wrong, your meeting with the dragons is terribly important and everything, but this scholar just happens to be... Time permitting, as I said, we shall endeavor to join Y'shtola, but if we cannot, pray pass on our regards. Let us be off, Sucro. We've kept the first commander waiting long enough. Y'shtola was standing at outside Idleshire, or near Idleshire, looking at the funny bubble. Someone just whispered me to inform me that they like my coat. Someone I do not know. I will reply, thank you. This was the person who whispered me. I love to get random tells of people like, I like your glamour. That's good. One task at a time, Sucro. Besides, I have no doubt that Y'shtola can look after the scholar by herself. I'm insisting on saying Y'shtola even though the game itself just starts saying Y'shtola at this point. It is a good coat. A whisper-fine woolen coat. Once we get to Stormblood, the coat is going to go away because I have a different outfit for that expansion, but... You are ready then? Good, so am I. Ooh, I get to choose a funny drink. Hot chocolate is the healer option, apparently. Zucro will drink hot chocolate now. Yeah, I forgot about the little ear wiggle and happy face when you have food as a Mikote. That's good. If you and Master Alphino would be so kind as to lead the way. The path is long but known to us. From Falcon's Nest we shall cross the western highlands and make for Tailfeather in the Dravanian forelands. There we can stop to rest and replenish our supplies. Questions? If not, then the stables await. Alphino, just do a party teleport and let Lucia tag along. I bet Sucro would like hot chocolate, canonically, in the Sucro lore. Maybe this is an important detail about Sucro. By the way, something I should probably mention is that even though I'm planning to, like, stick as White Mage for the story after this point, at least until... unless I get struck by healer anxiety again, I don't think I will show the White Mage questlines, because I don't like them very much. I just think they're not really that interesting. That's all. I just wanted to mention that, because I have been showing a bunch of other questlines. The White Mage questline for Realm Reborn amounts to like, oh no, the forest is being corrupted, go purify the forest. And then the White Mage questline for Heavensward is, oh no, other parts of the world are being corrupted, go purify them, but the weird immortal children don't want to because they're in the forest and they're not supposed to leave the forest, but you gotta make them, you gotta make them leave. It's not that the class itself is uninteresting. I like playing healer. It's that the questline for White Mage specifically isn't really that interesting. And also, I don't particularly like the Pajal, like, in general. With their weird, like, we look like children, but we're a million years old thing. That every fantasy game has to have, that I don't really appreciate that much. Anyway. Strange, this is only my third visit to Tailfeather, yet the first feels as though it were a lifetime ago. That's because well, actually, I guess we got to Tailfeather relatively recently, so whatever. I always imagined that the first time I set foot upon Dravanian soil would be at the head of an army, and here I am ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. Full well do I know how difficult it can be to set aside the past, though it was I who first proposed recruiting... I've already forgotten how to say this. That's fair too. The class stories in this game, like the stories for the various job classes, are treated more as like side content, because the main story of the game and all the other side quest chains are like the main focus, to the point where after a certain point there aren't individual quests for each job, there are role quests. Like there is a quest line for healers, then there is a quest line for melee DPS, and so on. Because there were too many jobs in the game and it would take them too many resources to make individually tailored quest lines for everybody at that point, so it makes sense, but yeah. I don't think the job storylines in this game are a huge focus, so it's fine for me personally if their quest lines aren't too great. Full well do I know how difficult it can be to set aside the past, though it was I who first proposed recruiting Izel, that's how it was, to our cause. I questioned the wisdom of my words almost as soon as I'd uttered them, and for a long time at that. Here was a woman with the blood of innocence on her hands. Men, women, children, all slain in the name of the implacable Lady Iceheart. I think it's implacable. Yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in common cause. At our side, she fought in service to that greater good, even unto her dying breath. And while that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely as a heretic, but as a misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask much, Master Alphino. Implacable, yeah. Yet who can say what might come to pass, should our negotiations bear fruit? Yes, of course. We must press on to Annex Trine, if you'll follow me. I will teleport there. I could just go there, but I will teleport there instead. God, it's really funny that I had spent like 50 minutes building up all the Anima stuff and doing a little Anima story time, and then I couldn't even resolve it because we had to do this first. Oh. Also, Annex Trine sucks to navigate. Sort of. Yeah, I can just fly up through the ceiling now, I guess. Hello, Vidofnir, how are you? Thou art ever welcome here, friend of Izel. But this one I do not know. Well, we're here to introduce you. Pray forgive us this unannounced visit, Vidofnir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend. Bow. It is an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. I am come as an envoy of Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and acting leader of the Holy See. Indeed, you may speak, Knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed your kin to be the architects of this war, but now we know the truth. That King Thordan and his Knights 12 did willfully betray and murder the great worm Ratatoskr, shattering the peace between our peoples. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the Warrior of Light, the Azure Dragoon, and Izel. Alas, a deception so intricately wrought cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labor to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that peace could at last be within our grasp? Yet dream we must, as Izel once said, and we must make that dream a reality as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidofnir, join hands with us in friendship once more before the eyes of my people in Ishgard. A most unexpected invitation. I have heard your request, Knight. However, I cannot yet give you mine answer. May I ask why? The matter concerneth my sire. He must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Nath grow bold even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Nod. Then we will wait. After 1,000 years at war, we shall not give up on peace for want of patience. Ha! Fear not, Knight. Thou shalt have mine answer within thy lifetime. So soon? My humble thanks. That's funny. We're already at the point where dragon and person that's not dragon can sass each other freely, so that's a good sign. My humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith, until we meet again. Nod. Well, time to go, talk to Y'shtola, I guess. To face such a creature in battle is one thing, but to converse with it is quite another. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I'm surprised our proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Mayhap I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. But you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Well, if you have no further need of our services, we shall continue on to Sharlayan. We hope to welcome a scholar who's agreed to aid us in the search for our missing comrades. Then I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours was, and thank you again for sparing the time to assist us. even when such grave matters remain unresolved. I can think of no graver matter than a 1,000-year war, one which our friends gave their lives to see ended. Suffice it to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphino. I only hope the fates will not hold you to your word. Yeah, the dragons are nice. Except for Nidhogg, of course. But like, most of the dragons pretty good. You did say once they're allied, and Nidhogg is not allied, so... There she is. That's her. Who's ready for Kryl? So it would seem we have time to greet this scholar after all. How delightful. I shall be interested to hear how she means to go about finding Minfilia and Thancred. I can only assume she's privy to some new investigative technique. Investigative? In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous with Y'shtola in Idleshire. Rendezvous with Y'shtola in Idleshire. I will do that. I legitimately forgot that Kryl was relative to the main story at this, or relevant to the main story at this point in time. Because I seem to remember Kryl being conspicuously absent from a lot of the main story, even after introduction. I think I just said conspicuously there because it's in Alphino's text box. Another conspicuously uneventful journey. It would seem we're destined not to be late. Ah, Sucro, 'tis good to see you. I confess I'd assumed your business in Anix Trine would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Vidofnir go well? As well as could be expected. She must discuss Sir Emmerich's proposal with Hraesvelgr, of course, but she seemed amenable to the suggestion. What of our Sharlayan guest? Has she arrived yet? She has, but when I explained that you would be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside on Frontbridge. We should be on our way. I hope the next part's voiced because I don't remember what Kryl sounds like. I'm going to assume vaguely British, because that's a safe assumption to make at this point in time in this video game. It would seem we are early. Shall we wait? Wait, back in Ishgard, what was she trying to tell me? Alphino is pondering something. Possibly what Tataru was saying. I'm going to assume voice acting is going to happen. There she is. It's her. It's Kryl.
I'm terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
That's what she sounds like. That's right.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves.
Kryl's outfit is a reference to the classic Final Fantasy class of Sage, which has a cat ear hood.
Pray, allow me to introduce Kryl, who has recently come from the Sharlayan motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue. You must be the Warrior of Light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, miss.
Hi, I'm a cat.
And who is that I spy but young Alphino Levieux himself? I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
Introducing another character who's going to sass Alphino into the ground. It's Kryl. Alphino will perish shortly.
We, Miss Kryl and I met at the Studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the Studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Maybe not sass him into the ground, but kill him with embarrassing childhood antics that she remembers.
Thank you, Kryl.
That's a good screenshot to have on hand. Alphino dying. Alphino, what did you say?
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
Just kidding, there's also sass, I guess. Kryl. Great way to introduce a character is have them walk up and demolish Alphino instantly.
Mayhap we should save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking.
Destroyed. Again. Perfect. KO.
Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and
Counter.
the other missing scions.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea. Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Then what are you waiting for?
Alphino.
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Remember how Matoya also sassed Alphino? What if they both sassed Alphino at the same time?
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best that you explain your plan to her in person.
Once again, Alphino will die. Alphino will die on every page. Just wait until Alizé becomes more relevant in the story, and also is there to destroy her brother constantly. How many characters constantly dunk on Alphino? There's at least 3 of them. Maybe not quite constantly, but like frequently. And also spoilers, Alphino does dunk on Alizé a little bit as well. So it is not merely Alphino getting destroyed. Everyone gets destroyed. Justinian respects Alphino. Interesting. Oh hey. There's a funny dog here, and also a thing to look at. Cool dog. Bye. It's funny you say classic sibling rivalry stuff, and yet I have a sibling. And I don't think we ever had a classic sibling rivalry. We're just a couple of goofballs, mostly. Did I say I had a sibling? Because I have a sibling is what I meant to say, in case I did. I suppose that's fair. Anyway. She was less than flattering about my technique when last we met, but this time I've come prepared. Let her belittle my obsidian carbuncle if she dares. Do not tell her I said that. By the way, if you do the Great Goobal Library duty support, Alphino does use obsidian carbuncle in that duty. My sibling is also older than me, for the record. The crystal eye is one of Master Matoya's most cherished relics. I doubt very much she will grant us leave to lay hands upon it unless we can convince her that it's vital to our cause. You did say we were headed for a cave, did you not? Because I certainly don't see a cave nearby. Is Master Matoya meeting us on the way or something? Yeah, I can do an okay voice to distinguish Krile from others without extreme effort. Good. I've heard many stories about Master Matoya, some quite flattering, others less so. Rest assured they're all true. This way, and have a care where you tread. I don't really need to super distinguish every voice, I think. It's just something I'm constantly thinking about out loud. I will enter Matoya's cave. Because that's where Matoya's at. Hello, we're here to harass you again.
Oh. Is that trouble I smell? Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Probably both.
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
God, with Y'shtola, Matoya, and Krile all in the same, like, general area, this is some sort of sass singularity going on right here. We may all perish shortly, who knows? Alphino will die. I can guarantee you that much.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Funny eyeball.
Pray, allow me to introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Krile, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Baldessian, you say? Ah, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Oh wait, yeah, Baldessian. That's like Galuf's last name, isn't it? In 5, and also Kryle's last name in 5, because Krile is Galuf's granddaughter. Actually, I don't know if that's her last name. Do we? Google, help. Are they both Baldessian? I mean, I guess that would make sense. There's also the Baldessian arsenal in this game. I forgot about that. Somehow I had forgotten that Galuf's name was Baldessian. We have, yeah, Galuf Halm Baldessian and Krile Mayer Baldessian. Kryle's name in this is the same as her name in that, I guess. However, she is a completely different character. She's apparently 22. So according to my headcanon, Krile is younger than Sucro. By 3 years. Unless time has already passed, and then it's more than 3 years. How much time has passed since the start of Realm Reborn? Probably like at least a year, right? I have no idea. I also don't know when Krile is 22, because a lot of time passes in this game, actually. Anyway, that's not really important.
Regrettably, our Order's headquarters and the Isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
Krile, you too possess the Echo.
That you do.
Well, yes, of course I do.
Well, yeah, of course.
Our Order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us.
It's really interesting to think that Sucro would be older than Krile, actually. I always pictured Krile as, like, slightly older than the main character, I think? I don't know. Ages in video games are mostly made up.
It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
I guess we can just say they're roughly the same age and leave it there.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yeah, exactly. Prial feels like a mid-30s. This might be the case of anime reduces everyone's age by a set number. But, yeah.
Yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
That's true.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the science of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found. You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing scions.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
I wonder how old the game thinks Matoya is. Is it gonna say Matoya's like 40? If I look it up? I won't look it up.
Long did I ponder the nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance, but never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
Orb. Orb detected.
On the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light.
Sometimes it's orb.
But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even, the traces of which serve to guide the elementals to Y'shtola.
See, they're saying Y'shtola. Also, is this the first time they outright say the Echo is different for everybody? I don't think that was an established fact until right now. Yeah. So that's suddenly an established fact. The Echo stands, kind of, but not as different, I think. Though, again, there's a lot of the game I actually haven't seen, so they could end up being that different. And also there's a lot of stuff I don't remember. My headcanon for Sucrose specifically is that it might be related to her Echo ability. Like, the ability for her to, like, pick up different fighting styles and abilities so quickly might be related to her Echo. Partly because I think that would be a fun connection to make with my thought of her as, like, actually a mime. Because Echo and Mimic are like similar words with similar meanings. So, I just think it would be fun. Anyway.
Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
Matoya, can we use the orb?
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
You may use the orb.
Thank you, Master Matoya.
Time to use the orb.
Then let us begin.
Poke orb.
From the Black Shroud, the trail continues to the north and west, towards a mountain, the foot of Som Al. It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock. I think.
The Hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
Orb success. Anyone remember Thancred? How long has it been since we've seen Thancred? In terms of real life hours, it has been over a year since we've seen Thancred. Because I streamed the end of Realm Reborn during the Christmas event of 2021. So in real world hours, remember the Thancred? Yeah, I'm glad that the remember the snake block followed by 15 seconds of silence thing was not funny to me only and was funny to other people. Oh yeah, I meant to mention that. I like the notion that Thancred probably wasn't telefragged into a boulder, yeah. Thancred may be a capable warrior, but he was wounded when I last saw him. If any beasts were nearby when he emerged from the lifestream, he would have been hard-pressed to repel them. We had forests like these on the Isle of Al. My grandfather and I used to go for walks together when I could prise him away from his work. It was the least I could do for him, considering everything he's done for me. Taking me in when I was an orphan, raising me as his own and giving me a name. You didn't think my parents named me Kryl Baldessian, did you? Don't worry, Sucro, I'm adhering to the Lalafell naming scheme by having a lore explanation for why I don't. Don't worry about it. Okay, I won't. Thank you, Kryl, for explaining why you are exempt from the Lalafell naming conventions. Were I to find myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, my first instinct would be to seek out signs of civilization. Yeah, Thancred, if you start in Ul'dah, Thancred is one of the first scions that you meet. And Ul'dah is the desert area, so yeah. People get annoyed that Kryl exists because of the name. I think it makes sense. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state he may not wish to risk contact with strangers of unknown allegiance. Yet even had Thancred chosen to remain in the forest, the hunters would surely have stumbled across his trail. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost, though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we'll need to provide a more detailed description when we question the locals. I've lost my Kryl voice already. Fear not, Kryl. I've already prepared several sketches of Thancred for that very purpose. Is this when Alphino suddenly reveals that he's a good artist? Yes, it is. Welcome to an Alphino character trait. That it actually is important and continues to be important. This is impressive. You drew him from memory? Wait, Y'shtola, does your ether sense enable you to look at the details of a drawing as well? Surely this is more than character trait 3. A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. I propose we split into 2 pairs. Oh yeah, ink is made using ether, I guess. Alright. Thank you for the clarifications. Y'shtola and I will inquire at the outlying encampments, while Sucro and Kryl question the residents of Tailfeather. Afterwards, we shall regroup near Lost Vath and share our findings. Assuming there are no objections, let us be about it. My, he certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a boy who practiced drawing for hours to impress young ladies. Anyway, we'd best get started. Find me when you finish making your rounds. Sucro, you should go with Kryl so that you can be introduced to the new character that we just added to the video game. Oh, you can't look at the sketch from here. A surprisingly accurate depiction of the missing Thancred, suggesting that Alphino may have mistaken his life's calling. Yeah, we hadn't heard the song get to that part before, had we? And yeah... blind but can see things through the forest? That's basically what Y'shtola is doing, I think. But like, an equivalent to that in this realm. Searching for a friend of yours? Let's have a look then. No, ain't seen him around, sorry. Hey, I just noticed that this person... you can't really see it in his current stance, but he's got, like, claw fingernails on. Do more people around here have that? Is that, like, a uniform thing? Yes, it is, actually. Kuyante here also has those. Yep, the fake... what are they called? I forget what they're called. But yeah, you can get those at the Gold Saucer. So apparently all the hunters here have fake nails that are like painted black. I wonder if there's a particular reason for that. Fake talons? That sounds right. Well, I mean, that could also be why they're wearing them, if that's what you mean. Pray excuse me, but have you seen this man before? Ah, of course. Yeah, it could also just be a fashion thing. Now I'm just curious, does everyone else have those? You have those? Do you have those? Yes, you do. Everyone here has those. Interesting. What's that you've got there? A sketch? I've never noticed that detail before. I got distracted. I like cool details. Can't say I know the face. You say he's something of a warrior. I heard a tale the other day about a Huron vagabond who brought down a bandersnatch by himself and with style. Way they tell it, he was dancing with the beast like it was the bell of the bleeding ball. Sound like your man? Oh, probably. That sounds like a Thancred thing to do. That's a Thancred action. Thancred would do this. A Huron man? We're not exactly rare, you know. Could you be more specific? I can be extremely specific. Yeah, everyone here's got the claws. I did spy this one bloke a while back. Didn't get a good look at his face, but it could have been him. This is beyond the forest, as I recall, along the river to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. The land was making no effort to cover his tracks, see? That and he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. Grimold? Do I need to tell you what the weapon attached to your back is called? You are carrying an axe and not a bow. Excuse me. Grimold. Anyway. Grimold, please. I guess you're not currently hunting. You probably have that for, like, gathering wood and stuff. But still, very funny. Finished? In that case, I think we've learned everything we can here. Let's see what the others have found out. No, he did have the talons. I'm pretty sure. Unless I just immediately forgot to notice that. I don't know. I thought I saw him. Maybe I was thinking of the person I spoke to immediately before Grimold. We were to meet here, were we not? I wonder when Thancred appeared here also, because I guess the idea is that we just happened to miss him constantly. We just happened to never run into him if he was here before. Talking to Kryl. My apologies for our late arrival. We thought it wise to question as many hunters as we could. Many have made camp in inaccessible locations, ideal for hunting game, not so receiving visitors. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable Huron hunter with whom no one is familiar. Though none chanced to see the man's face, his height and build matched Thancred's description, as does his fighting prowess. Alright then. Relaying information. So you've heard the same tales. Be that as it may, we yet want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a Vath trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of garments fit for a man of refinement, which seemed a rather curious description for one of his kind. You are implying that Thancred sent a Vath to market in his stead? Why would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the livestream as naked as your name day. It is a scene I shall never forget. Alphino? Alphino? Alphino, you have just said, please destroy me again. Is it now? I was pleased to see you. I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. The thing is, Alphino is 100% genuine here, I believe. Alphino did not think of any other implications of what he said. Alphino just says this because Alphino negotiated his foot into his mouth or something. It stands to reason that Thancred found himself in the same predicament. In any case, if he had dealings with the Vath, they should be able to tell us, no? Nod. Quite right, Kryl, quite right. Nod. Here's some crappy potions you won't use. And 5,000 experience points. Given that Alphino seems to recall the details of my return so vividly, I would rather he not draw me from memory, talented or not. Honestly, that boy, some things never change. Y'all, I think Alphino's just being genuine about being happy to see Y'shtola and didn't realize what he was saying. I'm glad to make you laugh uncontrollably, as long as you're able to continue breathing afterwards. Tsukuro has also had a muffin now, which was actually a bubble chocolate. A little slow, a little late, and Ravana is here again. I guess. Well, what are we waiting for? For all we know, Thancred could be waiting for us in Lost House Vath. We must go and see the Vath right away. Come along, everyone, come along! Alphino is eager to escape the predicament he put himself in. I truly and genuinely believe that Alphino did not mean anything other than happy to see Y'shtola, regardless of what Kryl and Y'shtola themselves might believe. And even though he apparently drew art to try and impress girls, the sauce man is always lurking. Greetings. Great hunters, we welcome you once more to Lost Asvath. What do you seek this day? We seek a man with whom we are told you may have had certain dealings. Here's a picture. How curious. The hunters tire of godly sport and pursue mortal prey? No, he is not prey, but a friend long missing. Good. He is a friend to the Vath as well, one with whom we have traded many times. Truly, and you are certain it was this man? There is no doubt. The fleshling clothed in skins came to us from Samal, lost in week. He offered meats and hides in trade, and in exchange we tended his wounds. He brought us much flesh, so skilled a hunter he was. Much flesh. When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them. And where is he now? Gone to Lost Asnath, not long ago, when you heard the One Mind had summoned our god once more. Ravana has returned! Again! Vidofnir did say that the Nath had grown as before, but what could Thancred hope to accomplish by himself? Honored Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we depart, but we must hasten to our comrade's side. Go, great hunters, lest the Nath claim him as a sacrifice. Thancred, no. Thancred. Thancred, please. Look, I know that you wield 2 knives, and you were very curious to learn how you could wield 4 knives by observing Ravana, but please, Thancred, consider how destroyable you are. What if I could use more than 2 swords at the same time? Alright, here we go. At level combat for the first time in 3 hours. Time to aggro everybody by using the size. Whoops. Look. One size kills all, as they say. Nobody says this. Yeesh. Alright then. Time to move slightly. And engage in combat again. This time I will not use the funny hit everything button. Even though they reduced the cooldown on the funny hit everything button by like 5 seconds. Well,
who else could be? Thancred. It could be Thancred. We must hurry.
Thancred is killing everybody, I guess. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. You're here. Oh. And this is what happens when you do unsynced primal fights. That happens. Alphino? Do you have to jump down? Hello? Who might you be, group of people? Oh. You have the echo as well, do you? How interesting.
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Asians forever.
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
What is that voice? Excuse me? Black Robed Asian? I did not expect that.
We can and we will, Asian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not!
Group limit break. Apparently. Yeah, needs a throat lozenge. Like, really badly.
So you are the warrior of light. The savior of Eorzea.
I'm a cat. And yes, I guess, they all have the echo.
It's a wonder you didn't come sooner. What with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Look, we're juggling a lot of stuff at once. And also, I did kill Ravana before you got here. They had like a backup Ravana that we didn't know about.
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Have you all prepared a speech for
Shall
this?
we show them?
Alphino got destroyed, but different. Oh, Supro also got blown up. Oh, I'm going to use my funny white mage tricks against you. But also... there he is! He found us. It's time for Thancred to be cool. Remember Thancred? This is Thancred. Thancred got cooler than he used to be. Also, don't forget this game is extremely anime.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt. But so be it. Mark well our faces, warrior of light. For we are the warriors of darkness. Walkers of a different path. And we shall meet again.
I feel like I should have a button to put giant flashing text on the screen that says, "This is important. Remember this." But I think it might be pretty clear that this is important, actually, given all of the flashiness of this cutscene and the voice acting for everybody in this cutscene. Although only one of the Warriors of Darkness spoke, I suppose, so far. Hey, they have teleport too. And they accepted the group teleport, I guess. That's funny, actually.
Warriors of Darkness? Really?
Thank you, Kryle. By the way, now that I've laughed very loudly several times, how does that sound? Because I think I added a filter to the mic to prevent that from breaking ears quite as much. A compressor. I think it should be a little bit better when loud sounds happen. Because I think that got very loud at times without that on. Sound is good? All right. Yeah, Warriors of Darkness. Final Fantasy does only talk about Warriors of Light most of the time, but in Final Fantasy III, there are Warriors of Darkness that are mentioned at like the end of the game. And they mention having to repel the flood of light. Like you are trying to repel the cloud of darkness. I like how Carl's just like, really? Hey, Thancred.
Thancred! Are you all right?
And yes, that's also extremely good. All of the Warriors of Darkness are like the generic stock player character models for promo art, as you said. And yeah, as you said, the warrior is the trailer man. They're literally a player party of like pre-made characters, except surprise, they're important and actually characters on their own as well. Which is a really, actually like a really fun meta twist in a way. Like, yeah, that's not something that's often done. Like, generic MMO character actually shows up as an actual character. Phantasy Star Online has that, I guess, where like the default characters actually show up as NPCs. Like, the Humar is Ash, the Fonuerl is Rupika. I don't actually remember if Rupika shows up in any quests. The Hunuerl is Sue, etc. Many of them are actually relevant characters. So honestly, PSO and this are the only examples I can think of where generic or default character model slash promotional render material model or whatever shows up as somebody when they were originally representing like the players. And also PSO is not quite the same because like they existed at the same time as instead of like being added later. Anyway, Thancred. Sorry, Thancred, I had to talk about Phantasy Star Online. Oh, Rupika was in episode 4.
I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
That makes sense. Both what you said and what Thancred said. Everybody run. I forgot when exactly the Warriors of Darkness appeared. We did hear about them at the end of 3.0. The vision caught me unawares and I was unprepared for their attack, but I could hear the colony chattering all around us. They were so loud, so unbearably loud. Right, Kryle can hear like the souls of everyone, and just throwing Kryle into the hive mind. I did not consider that as something that would affect her. Do you need to sit down? I have water if it will help. I also didn't remember that that was her echo power or that it actually had a lot of relevance. We should be safe here. Our pursuers are not like to stray so far from the colony. Thancred! This is Thancred.
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
Well, of course he wouldn't. He's Thancred.
My appetite for the dramatic? Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then...
By the way, it's worth noting, I don't think Thancred has actually lost one of his eyes. I think this eye patch slash face bandana is just because he's Thancred. Because his later designs do not feature that eye being covered in any way. Like modern Thancred, both eyes visible. Maybe he got a fake replacement. Or like a real replacement, I don't know. Thancred's just being Thancred. Or maybe he does have some sort of explanation for it and I don't remember.
Had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
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 If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream in the altogether.
Funny censorship joke is here.
Eventually, I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides.
As you do.
Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
Thancred neglected to level up his crafting classes, just like Sucro. High five, Thancred.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke?
By the way, the censorship creature there was a squirrel minion that you too can have, that is called the Nutkin, because squirrel. But also, haha, that name is sort of a double joke with what it was censoring, isn't it? Anyway.
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement.
The fact that Thancred uses the phrase man of refinement again after, like here, after previously using it to ask for these clothes, shows that he really insists on thinking of himself in those terms, which is actually pretty funny.
From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
That's me. Hi. What's up?
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the primals' movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more.
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed warriors of darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the warrior of light, I suppose.
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
I can confirm it was an Ascian because Sucro has the power to read subtitles, apparently. Nod.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
Or just the Echo. Anyway, I'm sure they'll never be relevant again. Let's move on. We got Thancred, everyone can move on with their lives now. What's up, Thancred? I know what you're thinking, but really, you needn't worry. It will only lend credence to my tales of heroism. Besides, battle scars are to maidens what loose morals are to gentlemen. A definite bonus. I have no idea what you're talking about, Thancred, honestly. It would seem the mystery of the axe-wielding cure has been laid to rest. I should have known better than to think Thancred would ever stoop to using such an inelegant weapon. Oh yeah, that makes sense. But then, how was I to know there was not one vagabond wandering the Chocobo Forest, but two? And also everyone else that was with the axe wielding here. The reverb. I would love it if it was called that. He knew us. He knew you. Did he walk in our memories as we walked in his? That's a good question. What did he see? What if the Warrior of Darkness just saw the rotating Sucro facts corner for that entire cutscene? That would be funny. Anyway. Alphino's lost in thought. Well, now we have to find Alphino. There he is. Blessed with the power of the Echo and driven to put down primals. Despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Well, they want us dead and we don't want us dead. I think that's a conflict. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard rumors and attempted to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventurers, and I would not soon forget their like, nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Ida and Papalimo found Sucro. Ah, the memories. It seems like only yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time that band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labor to believe that a band of preternaturally gifted adventurers have been traveling the land slaying primals without our knowledge. It would imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us not. There is far too much we do not know. For the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more. Vidofnir must be informed. The news may render her more receptive to Sir Emmerich's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs here well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance with the search for Minfilia. Wait, Minfilia is missing? I thought she escaped with Sucro. I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence. Okay, Thancred. We need to tell you an entire main expansion's worth of content. In the time it takes to get to Anix Shrine, which we're already at. Alphino, talk fast. Presumably, we were on the road during that fade out, but you know, still. And then Sucro killed a god, and then Sucro killed another god. And it kept kind of happening, and then Sucro killed the Pope, who was also a god. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofnir, but it was not for her we came. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who had been summoned by the Nath, has again been laid low. Truly, once more you mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another? Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. Hopefully they don't have a third backup Ravana, or second backup Ravana. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardian's invitation? As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years I have mourned my beloved who gave her life to forge a peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth she wrapped herself in a dream, yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth she fought, for justice she sinned, for redemption she sacrificed and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for weal or be it for woe, such is the folly and the glory of man and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Emeric's invitation. Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honored to receive your answer and will convey your words to our allies without delay. Nod. Nod. It is happening, Izel. Would that you were here to see it. I like that Thancred was the slowest one to nod in reply to that. Like, only slightly, but possibly because he's still trying to process everything that's happening. Meanwhile, in Ishgard, it's raining. None of these people have auto umbrella anything.
Celebrated the return of a long-lost friend. Honorable men plotted to deprive them of another.
Well, shit. That seems bad.
Honorable men, to whom Sir Emeric was no hero, but a scheming patricide.
Here's a knife. I forgot about this.
Honorable men, who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men, whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
Well, I think I remember when I originally got to this point, I was upset. Understandably so. Probably not like super upset, because I learned about how to have a lot of emotions later than when I played Heavensward. But also like, Emeric, no! Emeric's cool. Don't stab that guy. Yeah, that too. So you slew a handful of primals, chatted with the Emperor of Garlemald, uncovered the truth behind a 1,000-year war, thwarted a megalomaniacal archbishop's ambitions, and then rode home on the back of the Father of Dragons. Does that about sum it up? Yeah. Fortunately, the journey afforded us ample time to brief Thancred on recent events. It's funny that Y'shtola had to do that because she also had to be briefed on recent events recently. Right, let us not keep Sir Emeric waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yes, quite well. Forgive me, you've given me rather a lot to digest. This whole affair with the Ishgardians and the Dravanians and our friends nowhere to be found. It would seem there's no end to our troubles. We can but face them head-on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you as they found me. In time, we will find Ida and Papalymo and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. Pray do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wish that I'd rejoined our grand adventure at one of its more triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough, and you may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. 2 hilts, in fact, because I use 2 knives. I was thinking about using more than 2 knives earlier, but I know you will. So then, to the congregation. At some point in the future, I might considering using only 1 blade. Did I say 1 blade? I meant gun blade. Spoilers, Thancred's a gunbreaker later. I wonder if any of the science will change job class in 7.0. It's happened a few times throughout the game so far. Hey Hilda. Oh good, you're back. Things got a bit heated while you were away. A bit heated, eh? Hey, what's up? We bring good news and good news only. For the good news times, you have returned, and this at least the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. It pleases me to inform you that Vidofnir has accepted Sir Emmerich's invitation. She has? These are glad tidings indeed. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Ah, is he otherwise engaged? Aye, sleeping off a knife to the gut. What? What happened? Will he live? The Charusians tell me he will make a full recovery. But Lord Edmund and Lord Artorial had Lord Edmund and Lord Artorial not been on hand when the assassins struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We've been dousing the fires, but for every one we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. 'Tis plain these fires were started by the assassins' conspirators. Until they've been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Nod. Then let us be about it. Well, they immediately confirm Emmerich will be okay, but he still got stabbed by knife, which sucks. It sucks to be stabbed. Just as Sir Emmerich risked his life to bring about lasting change, so too will others wager all to preserve what they hold dear. Louis Sois once told me that man is all too willing to let his future be bound by his past, and time after time have I witnessed how depressingly right he was. The Archbishop may have fallen, but the legacy of his predecessors endures. Even if we had the same resources to combat the fires as them up in the pillars, we'd still be fighting a losing battle. You've seen the Broom, all them narrow streets with wooden houses crammed together. It's kindling is what it is. Against the dying of the light. Primal accessories of spending or slaying coffin. What are my accessories like, actually? 255, got it. I just bought, like, level 60 stuff from Stormblood. Yeah, that's true. That armor is probably really ceremonial as well, to be fair, so it might not be the best armor. But then again, glamours exist, so he could have, like, real armor glamored to be ceremonial without that being any issue. I don't know if glamours are canon. But also, I think he uses that same armor in combat as well, so it should be practical. I don't know. Anyway, arson is happening. Or was happening. The flames are spreading. Okay, it's still happening. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. Have you been able to determine the precise locations where the fire was set? Mayhap there's a pattern. If there is, we've yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city in both the pillars and foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Alphino and Mr. Shishtola, I would have you take charge of the investigation and foundation. Nod. As you wish, mayhap Tataru can be of assistance as well. Meaning Sucro and me get the pillars, so they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogue striking a pose over there be joining us? Thancred of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and may I say what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. I'll bet. The name's Hilda. A Scion, eh? Yeah, there I was thinking I'd found a fellow ruffian amongst all these illustrious personages. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately, that is all. Don't worry, Hilda. Thancred is also a ruffian. Well, we could begin by sifting through charred rubble and questioning random passerby. In my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. I think we know who this is, maybe. Oh. I wasn't expecting Emanelaine, actually. Oh, aye, the infamous Lord Emanelaine de Fortom, lover of women and wine, though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion, Sucro. He'll be at the Crozier most like, making an effort to be seen, so let's go and see him. I was actually expecting grizzled, I will accept, but old? Hey Thancred, how old are you according to videogamewiki.com, which is not a real website, probably? Age 32. Granted, that is probably recent, and much time has passed for Thancred since now, but I don't think he's particularly old right now. And also 32 isn't old, that's my age. Don't be mean, Hilda. I was actually expecting like the barkeep, the tavern keeper at the Forgotten Knight to be who we talk to, because he does seem to know an awful lot. Anyway, these clowns. Well, clown and person who's not a clown.
Ah, Mistress Funk, I fear Lord Emanelaine has once more strayed from the path. As has so often been the case, his renewed enthusiasm for martial training gave way to frustration and disinterest at the first sign of difficulty.
Yeah. Well, go on. Go on then, talk to the daft sod. If I have to. Someone once said that a gentleman is rather than does, and in Lord Emanelaine I sense we have living proof. Yeah, I guess the beard probably makes Thancred maybe look old, and the white hair. Well, well, if it isn't Sucro, dearest of all my friends. You're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old girl? The city's on fire, you dipshit. Ah, yes, the arsons. Dreadful business, that, and awfully curious, wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, along with the most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames, after all. Oh, in case you were wondering why the Hoplon is awash with refugees, the lower levels of the vault have been opened to those unfortunate souls who've lost their homes. Sir Emmerich's orders, from what I hear. Remarkable man, not even a knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old girl, if you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to the Hoplon. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. No. Wait a moment. I know what that is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? I guess so. Thancred may have quoted Hildebrand, but I think that's just a general saying. But I'm going to choose to believe that Thancred quoted Hildebrand, yes. You do me an injustice, old girl. I will have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. Very well. If it will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now run along and catch those arsonists. Arsonists. That was not entirely what I'd hoped for. Whose idea was it to come here again? Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees in the Hoplon, Sucro, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in an unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. I would 100% believe that. Actually, if you count Laha Brea possessing Thancred's body as Thancred, then Hildebrand did quote Thancred recently. Or at least the Hildebrand questline did, because they referenced the Ultima incantation, which is something I absolutely did not catch the first time I did that quest years ago. To the very pinnacle of the heavens, and the very depth of the seven hells, or whatever it was. I must needs go upward. I think Hildebrand was the one who said that. I would really like to see Hildebrand interact with the main cast at any point, but I don't think that's going to happen. Hello, Vault Priest. How are you today? Come, my brothers and sisters, there is food and shelter enough for all in the Basilica.
Halone's blessings be upon you, Father. I confess we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop and Sir Emmerich and the Dravanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. I'm here to lead you astray. I mean, what? Do you require succor as well, miss? I'm trying to figure out who's setting the city on fire, actually. So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good. This madness has gone on for far too long. Would that I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. I still think it's funny that, like, they put all of this faith in Halone to do all sorts of things that aren't related to stabbing and war and violence. When it seems like, as far as I know, Halone is all about stabbing and war and violence. Mostly. Does Halone have a sense of direction? I know that guide your steps does not literally mean that either. There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere. It was so hot and I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all? I feel like this character is familiar, but I don't remember. Also, I guess Halone... I guess to be good at war, you do have to be good at guiding people, at least in some sense. So I guess that makes sense. Also, Halone has probably evolved past being just a goddess of war and such for a whole civilization built on teachings related to her, so I shouldn't just say that. Ours was one of the first homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbors shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. So clearly this is all a conspiracy to make the church look good again. Which it literally could be, actually. To make the church look good and make it seem like all of the people who are allegedly lying are, bad because, I don't know, blame the fires on them, I guess. That seems like something that would happen in this game, but I don't really remember all of the details of this part. Or it could just be some jerks setting fires, you know. Not everything's a conspiracy in this game. Only, like, a lot of things are. Finished then? Ah, there you are. Anything to share? I learned stuff. Well, we will require more than the muddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we're to identify the culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near St. Raymonad's Cathedral and another near the Tribunal. For a mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Some might say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on the two occasions when their target was a bastion of Ishgarian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. Alphino will doubtless have an opinion. Thancred is also suspecting conspiracy, I guess. I like how we go retrieve Thancred and the very first thing he has to deal with is, like, everything happening in Ishgard. Oh, I mean the very second thing, after the Warriors of Darkness suddenly showing up. Hello everyone. Why is there a captive over here? You should have seen the way Alphino tackled him! Alphino, what are you doing? Good, now that you're here, we can proceed with the interrogation. What's going on over here? Everyone, please explain yourselves. Silence will avail you not, sir. Ah, Sucro, I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we've detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to eyewitnesses, he was also present before the fires broke out. We wished to have words. He did not, so we insisted. Let me go, damn it! You've got the wrong man! My, but you reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose. But tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile! Look at me! Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun us a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but these highborn types rarely do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you rabid and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks! He's the one who told me to keep going! Thancred, you just made all that up, didn't you? Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I left it behind, tried to with all my heart. Said my prayers every day like a good man, but he came to me. He came to me! And there you have it, Hilda. Would you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind if he's limping when he gets there. Thancred, I think you just made all that up as a good guess. That was incredible, Thancred, but how did you know he would confess? Well, I've seen his like before. A troubled soul manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it'd be worth the risk. And if our captive had called your bluff? Yep, he did make it up. Must we entertain hypotheticals? The world as it is vexing enough. That's a good line. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I think it best that we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. Think the 12 you've returned to us, but what happened to your old outfit? Ah, yes, about that. I like that Tataru's first question for Thancred is, what's your outfit? What's the deal with your new outfit, Thancred? Because Tataru is the seamstress of the squad. And also I like that, like, Thancred, in this opening part of him returning, is making it really clear what we were missing with him gone. Because he's demonstrated, like, a number of things related to, like, his unique skill set and personality that are helpful. This is giving you a good impression of who Thancred is, if you've forgotten, or haven't seen him before, or whatever. The writing in the Heavensward era is good, I think. That's not a controversial opinion at all. Like, literally, it's not. The Temple Knights are interrogating the arsonist as we speak. God's willing, we shall have more information ere long. If we could but determine the motive behind these fires... Chaos, probably. Bit of a gambler, ain't he? Fine by me, so long as his luck doesn't run out. If they introduce a gambler class and Thancred switches class again, that'd be really funny. Yeah. On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak. Yeah, that describes Thancred really well, actually. He thinks later, but also, like, thinks on his feet at the same time, but he does, like, overthinking later. Yeah, I think he gets less flirty as time goes on as well. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak, though he fell silent upon realizing that we'd not turned his master. He will soon tell us what he knows one way or another. Pardon this intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Artorial, are you come to see your father? He's attending Sir Emmerich in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring this salve. Then do not let me detain you, and thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. Vow. Thancred will eventually have a gun. My lord Artorial did not seem to be in the best of spirits. His little wonder, Master Alphino, his father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave. Alphino has no response. The quest is over now. This is sort of like Alphino getting dunked on in a way. It was not so long ago, was it? The past belongs to the dead. The future's ours to do with what we will. Also a good line. How desperately we cling to that which we hold dear, knowing all the while that a day will come when we must let go. No more farewells, not for a good while yet, at least. As goes light, so goes darkness. Hey, guess what? You get Harshaphant's shield and a wind-up Harshaphant. What isn't dead or is recreated in a goldsmith's workshop can never die, it says. But yeah, you get... If I were still a paladin, I would be able to use the shield that Harshaphant used to defend us. I don't think I need these. I don't need these accessories. I already know that.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Are healing well. Thank you.
Emmerich, you were fucking stabbed. Go lie down. Please.
Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change.
You were stabbed in a cutscene, no less. You can't just heal that easily. I mean, maybe you could. I'm a healer. I could do something.
When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
You say that like there's a single arsonist instead of more than one arsonist. Looks like they're reacting.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
Well.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond.
Hey, look, it's the priest that we actually spoke to earlier. Surprise. The priest, might be important instead of not important, even though he did not have a name at all in dialogue.
They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
Hey, I'm the one who killed the Archbishop. Don't give Emmerich the credit. Wait, no, that's probably not a good way to handle the situation. Definitely not Emmerich, though.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
That too. But also...
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Is this the first time Artorial gets a voice line? I feel like I'm really distracted from everything that's happening by just reacting to, like, details that aren't actually the story. And commenting on various lines of dialogue.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
I'm good at that.
Agreed.
Yes.
Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets.
I actually don't know what character you're referring to. Okay, I would need him to speak again to compare him to anybody.
I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Emmerich, your wounds.
Of course.
We are in your debt.
Emmerich, your wounds.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Okay. Now, who does that sound like? Really? I don't think he sounds like that character at all, actually. From what I remember.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Artoirel. To arms, then, friends. Time is against us.
Not Artorial. I didn't even notice that the name was spelled like that. Artoirel. 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 I can't even say that. Artoirel. 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 No. My speak make does not work with that word name, apparently. Artoirel. 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 No. I fucked it up again. I think the real conspiracy in this game was make as many names that are impossible to know how to pronounce that don't get voiced as possible. Can't wait to see how Emanalane is actually pronounced, because it's probably not Emanalane. Hello, Artoirel. Emmerich, you're glowing. A battle is imminent. Do not concern yourself with my safety, lest you forget I too am a knight. I did forget this. Ready when you are, Sucro. Concentrate on freeing the hostages. I will tend to their wounds. Y'shtola, you're a DPS now, though. Just like old times, eh? Is it? Listen well. We will enter the Basilica silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true brothers of the faith are unknown. I am told that one claimed to have served under Thornton VII. Might the same be true of the rest? Given the swiftness with which they seize control of the vault, I think it highly likely, yes. Which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defenses against us. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Artoirel, you are a brave man and true, and none would dare question your honor if you chose not to risk your life in this endeavor. Are you certain you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Emmerich. My arm will not falter, my shield will not break. Alone as my witness, we will bring these fanatics to justice. Well said, my lord. Friends, follow me. I forgot about this part. There's a lot of parts of this game I forgot and will forget again. It would seem that our presence yet goes unnoticed. Come, we must secure the entrance. Hey, look, they added the face portraits to this. Remember, saving the hostages takes precedence over all else. Mind your attacks and subdue the enemy quickly. I didn't realize they added the face portraits to this when those didn't even exist in the content I got to. I think those are an Endwalker innovation. destroyed. Ah, a refugee. You must hurry. The others were taken elsewhere by Sir Simonard. Sir Simonard. So this is indeed the work of the Archbishop's former servants. On your guard. They've sounded the alarm. I don't think they've been... I will hold the entrance and look after this one. Now go. I don't think they've been backported to everything yet, but apparently they're here, which is really interesting to see. I think it's funny they say mind your attacks and I'm just generating gigantic holy explosions. Secure the hostage, Sucro. Leave the others to us. Well, I'll let you draw aggro first then. Slimonard. It's also really interesting to be playing as White Mage again, because I've gone full circle like twice now. Not entirely on stream, but White Mage or Conjurer was like the first job I mained in this game, ever. Back during, like, before Heavensward, I think. It's interesting to be back here in a much different time. They took the others somewhere. It all happened so quickly. There they are, let none escape! Keep going, I will hold them here. Not alone you won't. Sucro, stay with Sir Emmerich and Lord Artoirel. This way, Sucro, to the choir. Honestly, I think I'm feeling good about being White Mage again. I feel like I have the spirit of a healer and always have, or something like that.
You underestimate me!
And to be back once again is a good thing. That probably sounds a little bit cheesy or something, but you know, whatever. The vault looks way different when it's not ominous golden lighting. Hey, they have a boss fight in the same place, as according to their traditions. Sir Simonard, lay down your arms and release the hostages and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. Ha! The word of a heretic and a kinslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the Archbishop. Deploy the funny horses. Unlike you, Sir Emmerich, I'm a man of honor. Of the holiest flame. By my hand you shall receive of the Fury's judgment. So it is to be a trial then. Lord Artoirel, Sucro, leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simonard. Emmerich, your wounds. Emmerich. Oh, Helone, render us unto your judgment. Raise up the righteous and cast down the wicked. Come then, let us see whom the Fury favors. Where am I supposed to be? So Emmerich is still wounded, Sucro. If we do not move quickly, he will surely fall. I guess this way. Yep, this way. This way is correct. Can I heal these refugees without directly targeting them? No.
There must be others nearby, but where? I mean, I guess the linear way for them to be would be over here. Traitor Kinslayer, by what sorcery do you yet still stand? Enough! All of you, attack! Well, that seems bad. Hey! Stop being terrible! Not the best battle cry I've ever thought of. But true. I should probably consider putting Asylum, making a macro for Asylum so I don't have to ground target, but honestly the ground targeting is probably fine, actually. I see no others nearby. Come, Suko, Sir Emmerich needs our help. Fair enough. Do we actually have to run all the way back there? Oh wait, it's this way. Sucro gets lost in the hallway. The video game. There's no collision there. Or there is collision there, but there's no platform there. Well done. Now let us finish this, sir, before the eyes of gods and men. Emmerich, you got... Stand fast, my brothers! The fury is with us! Emmerich, you got hella beat up. My dude.
This knight does not yield!
You have a lot of HP, huh? You're not really that healable, are you? Emmerich. Oh. Oh, you're right. Benediction. I can. 199445. That was how many HP he had missing. Or I guess that would be his entire health bar. Fascinating. Does Benediction, does the number show all of the HP that the person has when you heal them with it? Or does it show, like, does it show their max HP in healing, or does it show their missing HP in healing? Fury be praised. I need to benediction myself at some point and see what happens. You must hurry. The priest took Melee upstairs when he saw you kill his men. Have no fear, child. We will save your friend. I need to remember I have benediction, and that it is my intention sometimes.
Where is he? Where is he?
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember this. Something terrible is going to happen soon, I think. Yup. You might be the bad guy if you are holding a child by the neck over a fatal drop. You might be a bad person. Vault Priest. That's pretty fucked up.
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Ugh.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
God. Hey, this game does some pretty fucked up shit sometimes. Or like, there's some pretty fucked up shit in this game. Yeah, the face animations are wild at this point also. Oh yeah! Vidofnir! Hell yeah!
What? But I...
Hey priest, eat shit. This is a good way to show the entire city that you're full of shit and terrible at once. Vidofnir, you don't have to do that roar every time you land.
Vidofnir!
It's alright.
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment?
That was the most opportune moment possible, Vidofnir.
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Heavensward is good, by the way. It's a good video game. Good writing, good storytelling, etc. I actually forgot about this part entirely, I think. So it got me by surprise a bit. Got me in the emotions, you might be able to tell. Also, fuck that priest, Jesus Christ. Hopefully we destroy that guy.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Yeah, that priest better be turbo dead.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee.
Hello. Also, like, not to be one of those people who are like, why don't the RPG characters use their game abilities to save the day in cutscenes? And I don't think it existed when this part of the story was made, but technically I do have rescue. And it could theoretically have been possible for me to rescue the child. But also I don't think rescue existed in the Heavensward era of the video game. Also, I wouldn't have had line of sight, probably. Technically. Anyway, hi. What's up, Vidofnir?
I bear a message from my sire.
Oh, what's up, Hraesvelgr?
From Hraesvelgr?
Yeah, that guy.
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing.
But would, like, landing on a dragon's back work where yanking them onto the ledge wouldn't? Wouldn't they still also have an impact there? I mean, I guess magic, I don't know.
This
but rescue's also
thou
magic.
must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
They don't look it.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Anyway, Nidhogg is doing stuff, I guess.
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt.
I didn't fully, like, process what Vidofnir just told me, and I've already forgotten it, because I was thinking about casting rescue on an NPC instead.
Fare you well, mortals.
That's a ridiculous joke, thank you. Yeah, okay. That's what I got from it. Edmund, you missed the dragon. You were probably like standing over there a distance.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
Yes.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Gotta love
Yet
just
how
how
will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers?
Hopefully the former. I was about to say I do love just how badly this went for the Brothers of True Faith or whatever they call themselves, but as Edmund is pointing out, it might not go that well anyway, because stuff like this is complicated.
After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause.
Indeed.
I share your desire for lasting peace with the Javanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own.
What about the priest, though? Can we, like... What about that guy's bones? That guy sucked. Can we get rid of him?
I see much of horsifying you.
Oh, we're pronouncing the H
and
now?
I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Oh.
Lord Edmund.
I forgot about that too. I don't know what that Artoirel expression meant. Huh, there was no dungeon in 3.1. I guess dungeon every patch doesn't happen yet? Unless we're going to do that right now, which would be funny. Well, that was timely. Vidofnir must have been circling for hours. That'd be really funny if true. In the moments before Vidofnir appeared, I contemplated teleporting the girl. Thank the 12 that I did not. Y'shtola, we need to talk to you about using teleporting responsibly, I think. Like, still. But, I mean, like, you didn't, but, you know. This has been a day of surprises, has it not? 'Tis but a pity that Vidofnir could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well timed scarcely does it justice, but 1 moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray that the Ishgardians who yet harbor doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Emmerich's words. Well, 'tis only meet that I inform Tataru of what has occurred here. If you've need of me, I shall be at Fortom Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. Nod. Nod. A moment, Sucro. I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? Well, he held his own in the vault. That much is true. That he did, which is especially remarkable given the injury to his eye. Wait, he does have an eye injury? I can only assume that his time in the wilderness afforded him ample opportunity to compensate for his impairment. He does have an eye injury? Does this get retconned? Or, like, does something happen? What? Hold on. Or is Y'shtola just assuming he has an eye injury? Yeah, he definitely has both eyes later. It is absolutely within the realm of possibility for his eye to have been healed or replaced in some manner. Oh, he does lose an eye and get a replacement? Huh. However, I speak not of his physical state, but rather his etheric flow, which I fear has been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. But this is still little more than speculation. Until I have proof, pray speak no word of it. Nod. Right then, I should be on my way. Kryl may have charmed Master Batoya for now, but who can say how long it will last? But yeah, this is when we learn that Thancred's ability to cast magic and manipulate ether might be gone or compromised. And also he did have an eye injury that I completely forgot about. What do you think, Tataru? Lord Edmund told me all about what Vidofnir did. Gods, how I wish I'd been there to see it. That seems fair.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
And what do you three have to say?
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
Okay, now that he's speaking again, I can kind of see the resemblance a little bit that was pointed out earlier.
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue.
I guess this is... I don't know if this is literally Arshifont's shield? Arshifont? Or if it's just a shield that has the same crest.
There is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house.
What?
Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince houses Durandare and Zamail.
Sucro was awarded a shield. That's correct. She was.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
Because Emmanuel is the other option, and that's terrible? I mean, we could also just not have a count, I guess. A knight lives to serve. I could say this. Or I could say nothing. Would Sucro say that? Would Sucro say nothing here? Who can really say? Sucro, I guess. But a knight lives to serve is something that Haurchefant said to us. And we were just given that shield, so, you know.
You sound just like him. Aye. I suspect that is what Haurchefant would have said.
Okay, we're pronouncing the H now.
To aid those in need.
Haurchefant. And the T.
When you look on that shield, I trust you will
and
remember
all the other
his
letters.
words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way.
I wonder what happens if you say ... in all the instances where I choose not to. I guess Artoirel would probably be like, I see something of him in your eyes. I'm reminded of this, and my resolve has stopped wavering as much.
You are a sister to Haurchefant. Will you be a sister to me as well?
Haurchefant. We didn't pronounce the T that time. Nod. Sucro will be everybody's friend. Unless you say.
Come, Manalaine.
Then she will
There's
destroy
much to
you.
be done. For Father, and for Sir Emeric, and for Ishgard.
Manalaine. I was right with that one.
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
Hey, that line got repeated like 3 or 4 times in this stream alone. From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortam, Heavensward, as goes light, so goes darkness. For weal or for woe is repeating a lot in this portion of the game, isn't it? That's interesting, isn't it? There's the jingle. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden section, this is thy proof, the Garen Oracles, Apocrypha. It is a truth long forgotten, a tale of the beginning and of the path we have been set upon. It's me, I was on the moon. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. Close-up shots of people where you can't see most of their face. Unintentionally funny. There are other shoes here. Warrior of Darkness has detected boots. Also, meanwhile, hey, you can barely see a tattoo on that neck. And hey, well, everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. By Rhalgr, it had better be. Camera, please pan up. We know who she is. We can look at her face. Oh wait, no, wait. Her mask was important. We can't look at her face, I guess. We cannot stay here forever, Ida. We have other responsibilities. Right, she doesn't have a mask on right now. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I need to fulfill them, every one. I do distinctly remember you being happy about them being alive at this moment when you were telling me of your playing through this game. So it goes. Much as I worry for the future of Ishgard, the fate of our missing friends concerns me even more. So that was 3.1's main story quest, which I think probably means that we could do the Warring Triad stuff now. Of course, the stream has gone for almost 4.5 hours. So the question becomes, do we start this or do we wait until Wednesday? Because Monday is Chicory again. This is Mordona. This is the wrong place. Wait, no, this is the right place, actually. Rising stones, rising stones, rising stones. I don't have a quest marker. I'm lost. Help. Help. No, that's not it. Is this it? Yay, I found it. I have no sense of direction whatsoever. I need markers for everything. Final Fantasy XI is an impossible video game to play because of this. I think it has markers though, actually. I don't remember. All I remember is that... Well, okay, I remember more than one thing, but the main thing I remember about 11 is that when I told it to generate a name, it scrambled my username and added a bunch of stuff to it, and gave me the name Haihoren Halabi, which is an incredible name for a character to have. Haihoren Halabi. Sucro's distant ancestor in some ways. Not in any ways at all, actually, because she was made after Sucro. The only relation is that they're both cats. Not all cats are connected. But yeah, we can actually start the Warring Triad now. How is everyone feeling at the moment? As far as... I mean, we've been going for 420, 428. I'm feeling all right. I feel like I could keep going. I don't know if I should do the entire Warring Triad questline tonight, because I don't know how long it takes, but I would like to do it. Oh yeah, I need to switch to Scholar. So, whoops, that's a different hotbar. I guess we'll continue, which means I might need to change the stream name again. Stream information. Okay, well, I will BRB. More Sucro facts. And then a little bit, at least, of Warring Triad will happen. Hello. I hope you are enjoying the rotating Sucro facts. I've just had a thought. A really funny prank to play on myself would be to say, if I caught up to the Final Fantasy XIV current patch at any point, which will eventually happen at the rate I'm going. Eventually. I'll probably get there during 7.0, I would guess, or maybe 7.1. Regardless, if I ever catch up to that, I could vow to go and play all of 11. That would be a funny prank to put on myself, I think. Now, I said I tried it, and it didn't go super well, but to my understanding, there are a number of quality of life mods for it that make it more comprehensible to the... or like more modern in a lot of ways, like little quality of life convenience things. I don't know all of the details, but I would be very curious to try 11 again if I could find a lot of those that seemed really helpful. Because it seemed... the main problem with 11, from my perspective, is that it seemed kind of impenetrable. There was just too much to like learn and find, and the game wasn't helping me with that very well, because it was not... it's an older game in many ways, such as literally it's older, but also like in sort of how it is designed and presented is very different. However, that said, I would be exceedingly curious to learn the story of 11. Although I also think the story is not presented in the same way as it is here. I think it's very loose in that game. Like, you can just like, you can probably just like fuck off and skip half of the expansions if you want. And just be like, I feel like doing this story right now. Because it's not like a huge, big interconnected thing, I think. I could be wrong though. Anyway, I could be wrong about that. I don't know that much about 11. It's just very interesting to me, and I would like to learn more. When the Bow Wakes. Unukalhai, which also sounds like a name the Final Fantasy XI character name generation feature would give you, because it gave me Haihoran Halabi, which is... okay, that's worse than Unukalhai, to be fair. Is anxious to act before the Warring Triad awakens. The time has come, Warrior of Light. We must move against the Warring Triad now or suffer the consequences. The seal is cracked and the icons stir. Should they be allowed to awaken and resume their titanic conflict, it will be alike to the coming of a second calamity. Haven't we experienced, like, more than 2 calamities by this point? Anyway, you, Sucro, represent our best hope of eliminating this threat. That said, the very act of entering the containment facility itself presents certain unique challenges. So unique, in fact, that I struggle to locate an individual with the requisite talents to surmount them. Were it not for the impressively diverse connections of your fellow scions, I might still be searching. Happily, however, they were able to furnish me with a suitable candidate once you completed 3.1. Now, along with you and your Echo-blessed companions, all the pieces we need to proceed with this deadly game are arrayed upon the board. Victory hinges upon no less than the total destruction of the Warring Triad. But we must also wear the interference of those who covet the Allagan's primal harnessing technology. I speak, of course, of the blindly grasping hand of the Garlean Empire and its fumbling agents. The ignorant meddling of the Empire will serve only to hasten the Icon's awakening, and it is my master's desire that the Triad be dispatched before Imperial forces delve too deeply. Being the nearest to wakefulness, the Icon Sephiroth shall be your first adversary. Make your preparations and join me on the flagship in Aziz La. We shall speak further there. I thought Unukalhai was going to walk through the desk and fade out like he was walking into the distance like so many people do often. But no, he was just going back to lean on it again. To Aziz La. After 4.5 hours, we're finally going to Aziz La for the reason I initially planned to go to Aziz La this stream. See, the real reason I have to do this now instead of waiting is so that the art, or not art, the screenshot I used as the background for the starting soon and BRB screens is relevant to the content that you're getting today. Were it not for that, I could stop the stream earlier, but that's a joke. I actually just want to keep playing. Just to be clear, can you drive on this ring? I think you can. Yeah, driving. The flagship of Azizla is what I chose to make that screenshot of, in fact. And, well, I should turn around so you can see these. These gigantic statues are here. That's probably important. Covered in trees and whatnot. So the Warring Triad. Hey, you also have a bike now. Neat. Oh, they used to look less overgrown? Interesting. You're looking futuristic with your shiny blue armor right now. So these three statues. If you have played Final Fantasy VI, you may be familiar with the Warring Triad. Final Fantasy XIV is a very self-referential video game in the sense that it's very referential to the whole series. In Final Fantasy VI, these three statues that are the Warring Triad are kind of a big deal. The world falls into ruin because Kefka shifts them out of alignment, for example. Spoilers for Final Fantasy VI. And in the final dungeon of the game, you fight the Warring Triad. The Fiend, the Demon, and the Goddess. Wait, where am I supposed to... Hey. Oh, is there... I have to go down, right. There's an interior. There you are. This is the place, Warrior of Light. Here we will find the containment facility wherein entities of incalculable power lie chained, their fathomless energies siphoned away by Allagan devices. As I warned you, Sephiroth poses the most immediate threat. His dreaming mind drifts perilously close to consciousness. Thus must his destruction be our first concern. Your fellow Scions will be joining us anon, accompanied by the uniquely talented individual of whom I spoke. From what I gather, the two of you are already well acquainted. Let us continue inside and wait before the doors to the containment facility. I'm going to try and ignore this weird rabbit person who's spinning in circles on a motorcycle. I was not told there would be a rabbit person on a motorcycle here. Anyway, it's 3 people. You've not been waiting long, I trust. We are eager to lend whatever cooperation we may to your mission, Sucro. I was not just talking to Asians a second ago, don't mind me. It is an honor to meet you at last. As I know of only one other Mikote Scion, you must be Archon Y'shtola. This dialogue must change if I am not Cat. A fascinating, very small difference. Meaning your diminutive companion is Mistress Kryl of the Students of Valdesian, correct? Nod. Diminutive? Perhaps there's been some mistake. I assumed it was for my knowledge and not my stature that you requested my assistance. Ahem, the mistake is mine. My apologies if I have given offense. Mayhap it would be best if we proceeded directly to the matter of our objectives. Nod. Your adversary is the icon Sephiroth of the Warring Triad, otherwise known by the historians of Allag as the Fiend. He was once the patron deity to a tribe of tree-like beings native to Mericidia, but was subdued by the Allagan Empire after a lengthy war of attrition. After his defeat, he was imprisoned for use as a source of power.
Even now, Sephiroth is neither truly living nor dead, his mind bound in a dream while his body's energies are harnessed by Allegan technologies. The explanation for his failure to dissipate into ether lies in his restraints. These ingenious devices serve not only to bind him, but to continuously regenerate his corporeal form. In other words, they did the exact same thing that they did to Bahamut, which we learned recently in the coil. Interesting that they're explaining it again, possibly because many people did not do the coil. Meaning it will be all but impossible to banish him while said restraints are in place, yes? Remove them, however, and we risk allowing an unfathomably powerful and doubtless vengeful icon to run rampant. It seems we have no choice but to divide our forces. One team must locate the controls to Sephiroth's shackles and disable them, while the other stands ready to destroy him at the moment of his awakening. A most succinct assessment, Mistress Kryl. While I was aware that the Echo provided you with uncanny insight, I did not expect you to intuit the core of my strategy quite so swiftly. If only my gift offered such a detailed analysis, which is to say it doesn't. I merely took it upon myself to learn as much about the Triad's imprisonment as I could before coming here. It will be Sucro and I, after all, who enter the Icon's den. Indeed, given the nature of our adversary, none save those under the aegis of the Echo should be permitted to enter the containment facility. The risk of primal influence is too great. Well, that's that settled then. I will disable the restraints, and Sucro and her gifted adventurer friends will welcome Sephiroth back into the waking world. Better than the other way around, I'd say, considering our respective fields of expertise and, of course, my diminutive stature. I wonder if this line is also different if you are a Lalafell? Considering we've already seen evidence of some difference in this conversation. Right, it's time I had a little chat with the doorkeeper over there. Does Kryl's ability extend to understanding and communicating with robot? Activating verification systems, lifting access restriction to Triad control. Apparently, yes. Or she's also just very good at robot. I had no idea the Baldessian curriculum was so comprehensive. When we locate the controls for Sephiroth's restraints, I shall gladly leave their operation to you. When we locate the controls, mayhap my words were unclear. Only those blessed with the Echo may safely enter the facility. Your concern for my sanity is touching but unnecessary. Suffice it to say, I am in no danger of falling under the Icon's sway. Beep. Warning, verification systems detect multiple unauthorized vessels entering restricted airspace. Security systems engaging intruders. The Garleans. Come, Ariage, we must keep the Imperials occupied. Nod. We too should be on our way. Gods, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't slightly terrified. But I can't very well leave every deadly task to you scions. According to the histories, Sephiroth was immense in both size and strength, mighty enough to rout even the implacable armies of the Allegans, and that more than once. To cut a long story short, we have to get this right. I shall do my best not to wake the Icon up too much. As my grandfather always used to say of certain little monsters, get them up and get them moving while their brains are still abed. Nod. Containment Bay S1T7 now accessible. Who's ready for Sephiroth? I am tempted to turn up the music, but I will not. Because it will be loud as is. Unrestricted party off. Containment Bay. Okay, not that one selected. Containment Bay S1T7. I see you have decided to gun break for this. Also, because of tank and healer, we are instantly here. It'd be funny if this didn't count for my Anima weapon after all that. Frog. Funny Frogman. Funny frog person. I can't assume anything from that costume.
Actually, they have the stance of a Hrothgar, so it would be funny Frogman, I think.
Disabling Sephiroth's restraints now. Good luck.
Hrothgar or male Mikote, I guess. Probably male Mikote, because I doubt Hrothgar would be allowed to be frogs. I'm overthinking something completely incidental. Hey, if you're familiar with Final Fantasy VI, you might recognize this music. It's Battle to the Death, which played against Atma Weapon or Ultimate Weapon, and also against, well, the Fiend. Pestilent Northerners, you shall regret the decision to loosen my fetters, says the Fiend. Thank you for the power-up in this time. Oh, that was a stack. I'm terrible. Wait, the stack did nothing? To anybody? Oh, we have a barrier healer. We have a sage present. I'm doing my job terribly right now. That's fine though. Equilibrium of life, I shall tip thy scales and partake of thy bounteous energy. Funny that the power down happened when he said that. And penance. For millennia have I earned to enact this vengeance. Bye. Well, that was easy. Time to leave. Just kidding. I am the end and the beginning. By my touch shall your wretched lives be blessed. Welcome to Sephiroth's theme, Fiend. You have dimmed my boundless light. What power of death do you mortals wield? Oh. Right. That is not helpful me. Not at all. I failed. Oh god. There we go, that's better. I did it again. I don't know what you do with this part. Oh. I did my job poorly in many ways there. Because shoot, what's it even called? Sacred Soil. My Sacred Soil is set to appear on whatever I'm targeting. If I'm targeting the boss, when the boss is that doesn't really work out. Oops. I mean, yeah, no one died, but there was another healer. I got 2 commendations. That did count for Anabasis, the Anima weapon. Anyway. That would normally be... That trial was shorter than expected. Even synced, but everyone's levels are very much these days, so... You did it! I've seen you in action before, but never against anything that big. My legs kept telling me to run, but I couldn't tear myself away. I don't think I blinked once during the whole battle. Smile. Thinking. A hero tried and true. If only I possessed such strength. I'd probably do the extremes after the regular ones, personally. Yashtola, this is Kryl. Icon eliminated. Oh, if only you could have seen it, Sukra gave Sephiroth the mother of all rude awakenings. And your distraction was perfect. We encountered not a single Imperial soldier. Huh? Yes, understood. Let's swap tales at the Rising Stones, then. On our path to the control chamber, we discovered a number of dormant thralls. It would seem that the machines that preserve their forms also hold them in a state of torpor. We need not fear them summoning their deity anew. In short, our work here is done, for the present at least. Let's go home, shall we? We don't need to fear it, but the extremes happen anyway somehow. I don't remember the justification for that. An overhead shot like this can only mean one thing, and it's that we're being watched. Or something to that effect. I always forget trials are gonna be a lot shorter now. Dun 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 dun! It's a guy. Your senses are sharp, young one. It's me, Reggie. Reggie von Hydrus. I am Regula von Hydrus, legatus of the 6th Legion, and it would seem that that damnable woman and her accomplice have led me a merry dance through the thickest of this infernal land's defenses. To think that I pursued them, I shall withdraw for now, my lesson learnt. I doubt it. You Garleans never learn. You covet the means to enslave primals, but in your headlong dash to control that which you do not understand, you show less wisdom than the very beast tribes that summoned them. I have no interest in crossing blades with children. Live, grow strong, and mayhap one day you will warrant my attention. Well? Regular hydrate? That's also pretty good. I looked back and you weren't there. Did something happen? Not of consequence. I mistook a shadow for a man. That's a very vague technical truth, I suppose. Just what are you hiding beneath that mask of yours? A longing for hope, an appetite for power, a lingering sense of regret. Do I detect a desire to test your strength against a certain hero? Is that what your gifts tell you? No, those are just wild guesses. But I wonder if some few of my words didn't strike close to the mark. Or mayhap more than a few.
Be at ease, Unakalai. I have no supernatural ability to read minds. The echo simply allows me to comprehend, regardless of language, that which a fellow being would have me know. You do not need to mask your heart as you do your countenance. That was a performance, then? A ruse to uncover my true nature? I see I shall have to keep my wits about me.
Kryl shrug. Sucro nod. So hey, I don't know how well you could hear the music during that fight. But Fiend, the theme of Sephiroth, is it's a song that reminds me of Crush 40 and Sonic music. It's very like edgy and joyful in its edginess. It rejoices in how edgy it is what I mean to say. Perhaps you would like a sampling of some of the lyrics of this song, if I could teleport properly, but I'm fumbling every button because I'm trying to do multiple things at once. Just teleport, thank you. What is it like when you pull back the curtain, it says, and realize every wrong is a right? Your world is rusted like a dirty razor. The edge is calling tonight. The edge is calling tonight, the edge is calling tonight, etc. The sun is setting, darkness taking over, a date with chaos and you're dressed to the nines. I love Fiend so much. It's so funny. And also like unironically good at the same time. Salt of the earth, salting your own fields, road to destruction that is true and tried. You walk the path laid before you, the call of reason you refuse to abide. Necessity is an inventive mother, promising sanctum that she cannot provide. She is the hand that rocks the cradle, the wind that breaks the bough and leaves you to die. And there she leaves you to die, and there she leaves you to die. You'll find slumber when the world comes tumbling down. Sweet dreams, baby, sleep tight. God. It's so funny. Retreat where lesser men lead, flee from what you do not see, heed the dark within your being, turn away, disobey. I'm the end and the beginning, the faith that feeds the unbelieving, a tightening knot to staunch the bleeding. Say my name, Sephiroth. And that's only like the first verse. It keeps going from there. The seven hells become your seventh heaven. Rose of redemption, but a thorn in your pride. Waste no more time fighting your demons. Lay down your arms and let the evil inside. And then you let it inside, and then you let it inside. You let it eat you till there's nothing left at all, so you can feel that you are truly alive. Better to serve in a waking nightmare than rule in their paradise. What is gold always glitters, but it still comes with an unpayable price. Treading out upon the stagnant waters, our savior waiting for a turn in the tide. You are the night at the end of the tunnel, the empty void where the serpent lies. Where the serpent lies, where the serpent lies. The angels graze in the meadows of excess. They must needs go that the devils drive. Retreat where lesser men lead. Flee from what you do not see. Concede your mind unto the fiend. Turn away, debts are paid. I'm the drug, I'm the end and the beginning. The drug that gives the wretched meaning. The answer every soul is seeking. Say my name, Sephiroth. And that's Fiend. I'm not gonna do that for every song with lyrics, but I really wanted to read the lyrics for Fiend. Because it's quite fun. The next fight also has really good lyrics. Or is it just a good song, I mean? And the lyrics are interesting. They're not like my favorite lyrics ever. I said really good for some reason. But I like the next song as well, is what I'm trying to say. And fumbling that. Does this have updates yet? No. But yeah, next song also good. I'll just say that.
So, Warrior of Light, how did it feel to strike down so great a foe? You must tell me more of the experience once our meeting with your colleagues is concluded. Nod. Through thine all-surpassing skill at arms do we now take our first step in ridding this star of the Warring Triad's baleful presence, and in such wise do we lessen the burden bequeathed unto us by the vainglory of Alleg. Know, however, that the two icons which remain are thought equal in might to Sephiroth, and may yet exceed him. Ere thou proceed, I would counsel thee to marshal thy strength and give careful thought to thy preparation. Assuming the Garleans afford us the luxury of time, even now they grasp for the means to dominate primals, blind to the technology's potential for calamity. My master taught me that the entity known as Sephiroth was this world's first sacred tree, elevated to godhood by the belief of its worshippers. There is no power more fearsome than that born of unconditional faith and unbending ideal. 'Tis plain your master found in you a willing student. Tell me, was it he who taught you of Allegan technology's potential for calamity, or are those your own words? 'Twas but a figure of speech, nothing more. When we last met, I thought I caught a glimpse of the boy behind the mask, but it would seem your defenses are firmly back in place. Must you persist with this infuriating veil of secrecy? I, for one, would much like to know who this master of yours is, amongst other things. As long as our purposes align, what matter my affiliation? It matters a great deal. I do not ask out of idle curiosity. If we are to fight as comrades, we need to be able to trust each other. On which note, I should apologize for my earlier trickery. It was merely an attempt to get to the heart of an enigmatic companion. Truth be told, I was rather glad that you reacted as you did. No person of your age has any business being calm and aloof all the time, much as you might wish to be. Anyway, we'd best be off. Do send word if there are any further developments. I'm still here. A companion now, am I? At least for now, Unukalai. At least for now. Chapter 1, Sephiroth. Is this anything new? The recordings attribute to Sephiroth the ability to induce spontaneous growth in living organisms through the manipulation of ambient etheric energy. It is noted that the icon did not hesitate to direct this ability upon himself. Sephiroth grew to gigantic proportions. Yep. Allegans performed experiments, siphoning his growth-inducing energies into the cultivation of numerous chimerical monstrosities. One unnatural existence propagating countless others. At least the author of this book, Unukalai, presumably, knows of at least one civilization that collapsed under the weight of such hubris. I'm just gonna paraphrase those because they repeat a lot of stuff, I think. A fiendish likeness is presumably Sephiroth Extreme. The Fate of Stars is next. Oh right, I needed to step away. I am troubled, Warrior of Light. The 6th Legion will not soon surrender in its pursuit of Allegan technology. Phone call. While it's true that the 6th suffered heavy losses in attempting to breach Azazlah's defenses, the Legion is still very much a force to be reckoned with. Left to his own devices, it will not be long before the Legatus moves to... Pray excuse the interruption, but a call to this link pearl can only come from one of your fellow scions. Archon Y'shtola, what news? And you're quite certain they've broken through? Yes, of course, we shall leave immediately. It would seem that the thing I feared most has come to pass. The Garleans have succeeded in dispelling the barrier Urianger placed upon the entrance to the research facility. We must intercept and destroy them before they acquire the means to control primal entities. Archon Y'shtola requests that we assemble at the scene of the intrusion. Pray depart at once. I will join you when I've informed the other scions of this development.
I think this is going to lead to a solo instance, so the party might have to fall over for a second. I would guess that that is at this part, at least. Yeah. I will worry about the extreme versions of the primals at a later time, and possibly not, like, on camera. Feels like I don't really need to show those, I guess. I only showed Extreme, Ravana, and Bismarck because I mistakenly thought they were the prerequisite for this questline. But again, it was funny to see Ravana fall over before phase transition. Also, I just realized that you called what I was saying earlier To the Edge, and that's an extremely different song in this game, actually. Despite the Edge's calling tonight. To the Edge is a trial theme from, like, many, many years in the future of Sucro. Like, in universe, anyway. Probably this year in my universe, which is wild to think about, because I'm on a schedule now. I see we were the first to arrive, no matter. Your colleagues should be here anon. They were wise indeed to keep this area under surveillance. Had the Garleans slipped by unnoticed, I dare not think of the consequences. Archon Y'shtola set forth for Az's law when it became apparent that the Legatus was attempting to breach the barrier, and arrived to find that he succeeded. We must hope that he's yet to find his prize. All that said, To the Edge, also an extremely good song. But we'll get there, we'll get there. Well met, Unukalai, and thank you for answering my summons so swiftly. Sucro, we shall all be glad of your presence should we meet with the 6th Legion, as seems all but certain. As you may be aware, this facility houses some of Aleg's most advanced technology. Accordingly, Urianger sought to deny the Empire easy ingress by weaving a ward of singular potency. Not singular enough, it would seem. I would be surprised if the Legatus had not reached the core laboratories already. 'Tis passing strange. I wove the ward in accordance with the most closely guarded teachings of the Archmages of Sharlayan. Naught was left to chance. Naught. 'Tis well known that the children of Garlemald have no talent for arcane manipulation, nor hath the Empire more than a cursory knowledge of sorcery. That they should succeed in unraveling so complex a skein of magecraft, and with surpassing swiftness is... 'tis passing strange. That it is, Urianger, but 'tis a mystery for another day. Archon Y'shtola has the right of it. Before all else, we must move to safeguard the knowledge which enabled the Allegans to harness primal energies. Of particular concern is the Genesis expression, an etherochemical formula that allowed the scholars of yore to create substance from nothingness. I know of no such formula. Whence came you by this information? From your enigmatic master, perchance? He did furnish me with that morsel, yes. And knowing exactly which prize the Legatus now seeks enables us to predict his position. Do you not see? We've been gifted the perfect opportunity to remove the head of an entire legion. I didn't think you quite so bloodthirsty, Unukalai. Surely safeguarding secrets should take precedence over slaying Legatuses. Kryle's sentiments reflect my own, yet the two objectives need not be mutually exclusive. What say you, Urianger? Urianger? Ah, forgive me. My thoughts were bound up in idle imaginings. In answer to thy question, milady, I'm content to be led by thee in this matter. Right, I've enabled the facility's teleporters, shall we? Teleporting is occurring. You dwell on the matter of the barrier. Nod.
I do. Verily, 'twas a warding spell of labyrinthine intricacy, the brainchild of the head of the students of Baldessian himself. Even the most learned Archon would require several moons to disentangle such an enchantment. To do so in mere bells would require some preternatural power akin to the very echo itself. Fascinating. Very interesting. Yep, this is the solo instance. The Fate of the Stars. Y'shtola and Urianger and Unukalai and Cryo are all here. The Garleans strike to the heart of the facility and the Legatus spearheads their charge. We must be swift in our pursuit. Hey, Eos got unsummoned. Wait, Eos didn't get unsummoned. The fairy gate just doesn't exist because I'm level 60. I'm silly. Or maybe Eos was unsummoned? I don't know. I don't think that happened, so probably not. Anyway, welcome back to the Etherochemical Research Facility, now featuring Garleans. The Legatus himself is here, after him. I shall contend with this foe. Press onwards, my comrades. Alright, okay, bye. There, it's Van Hydrus.
In the name of the Emperor!
That's him. He's loud. Well, Sucro, Kryl needs you. Mr. Kryl. Go, I will stand guard over Mr. Kryl. You must keep the Legatus from his prize. We'll leave her in your care then. You'd best keep her safe, Unukalai. I got turned around. Was it this way? Is this correct? Yes, okay. Thank you for the barrier, Y'shtola. It did sound like a soundboard, didn't it? The central laboratory should be up ahead. Let's hurry along, shall we? Reggie's hustling over there. Hurrying. Quickening. After the Legatus! Just kidding, I have to stay behind so you can solo the boss. And still they come. Press on, Sucro, I will handle this. Alright, fine. Sucro, you have to hit Reggie with the book. I have exposed the bones of their work, now to extract the marrow. No, it's me, I'm here. I'm gonna kill you.
I'm here to cause problems for you because you're causing problems for everyone. Even in the moment of my triumph, you persist in your misguided crusade. So be it. I shall present my prize to the Emperor alongside your head. Boss fight. There haven't been that many solo boss fight type things in the story thus far.
Savages.
You say savages, and yet there's only one of me here. Unless you're counting Eos, which is rude. I mean, it's also rude to call Super that. Stop saying that. Hey, I recognize that attack. Gaius does that. Gaius makes that funny cross shape. Oh, hi.
Can you withstand this?
Are the crosses just gonna keep sitting there?
There is nowhere to run!
There they go.
Can you withstand this?
Yes. My weapons inhibitors exist for a reason, but I will not lose to you again. Instead, I will make a tiger appear. I guess. What? Okay. Sure. Oh. I think I actually forgot you said that.
Enough!
Magitech enhances my blade work tenfold. You cannot hope to win. Yeah, alright. No, it's fine, actually. Oh, you don't even have to beat him up after that. He just falls over. His trick didn't work, so he loses. Sucro! The Tomlith is unbreached, then. The term Tomlith only shows up in PvP, except for this, I guess. Kryl! My wounds will not slow my blade should you seek to bar my path. And you would slay me, no doubt, but it would be your final act. I'm still here. We're all here, and you're surrounded. What madness afflicts you, Eorzean fools? The Emperor but desires a means to shackle the Icons and their destructive appetites. Why do you rail against your own salvation? It is not for man to wield such power. The primal energy your Emperor seeks to contain would be as kindling waiting for a spark. Forget not the White Raven, Legatus. Like thee, he presumed to wield the power of Alleg, and invited the calamity in so doing. This star's fate is too important to be decided by any one man or a warmongering savage least of all. Have care, boy, you speak of my Emperor. But dying here in defense of his honor will not further his cause. Funny warp crystal, I guess. Well, well, I appear not to be dead.
Kryl. I may have cracked a rib or two, but I'll be fine, honestly.
We have healers for this.
Our foes gave no quarter. Had Anukalai stinted in his defense of thee, thou mayst be certain thy hurts would be far worse.
Thank you, mystery person.
I could do no less. Mistress Kryl is here at my behest, after all. The secrets of Alleg are safe for the present, though 'tis doubtful the legatus will return to Garlemald till the prize he coveteth lieth in his grasp. Then we must redouble our efforts to protect this place. Kryl and I will place additional seals upon the tomelith.
So they did.
Anukalai. I appreciated you staying at my side. Thank you.
Was not.
Oh, please. It was a good deal more than that, and you know it. Now let me help you. When a woman thanks you for saving her life, the customary response is, "You're welcome."
You are welcome. Nod. Many cutscenes are happening in sequence, but not in the way where that message appears.
Ah, Urianger, are the new words already in place? My colleagues yet toil upon their enchantments. I come to thee in secret, that I might question thee outside their hearing. Question me? Aye, I would speak with the one who undid my subtlest magecraft, he who invited an Imperial legatus into this facility in hopes of engineering the man's demise at the hands of the Warrior of Light. You accuse me of masterminding this day's events? Nod. The plan may have been thy master's, but the deed was thine. Thou didst lure the legatus of the 6th Legion into a trap from which he was not intended to emerge. 'Tis plain to me now that thy seeming opportunism in proposing his elimination was feigned, and that his death was the object of thy plan from the first. And you have proof of this? Thine own words betrayed thee. Thou didst speak of the Empire's desire to claim the Genesis expression, the existence of which even the learned Mistress Kryl was ignorant. Whence did the legatus come by such definitive knowledge? And then there is the matter of mine unraveled ward. None save one possessed of an otherworldly gift could have so swiftly effected its dissolution. Know thee of another blessed with such. Assuming these accusations have merit, what then? Full many times and oft doth the pursuit of truth lead man down darkened paths. I take no issue with thy purpose, but it is thy method I would call into question. In the Garlean Empire we have a common foe. Hadst thou deigned to share thine intentions with Sucro or Mistress Kryl, 'tis like that we have closed the trap with less risk to life and more success. I sought to use the most dangerous secrets of Alleg as bait. Who among you would agree to such a reckless plan? None, and with good cause. Irrespective, thou wert remiss in thy duty to thy comrades. I note with some disappointment that in matters concerning the primals and those who would control them, the cold rationality upon which thou so pridest thyself is conspicuous by its absence. Know that the salvation of this star is an end too vast for any one of us to accomplish alone. Should thou fail to trust in thy comrades, I foresee thy actions precipitating some terrible misfortune. Indeed. My sincerest apologies, Sucro. Urianger is correct in his suspicions. It was I who orchestrated this encounter with the Empire. I would ask thou forgive Unukalai this transgression, and keep mention of it from Mistress Kryl. It would be a pity for one foolish decision to wither their budding camaraderie ere it had a chance to bloom. There you are, you rotten idler. When Y'shtola realized we were struggling with the wards alone, she was absolutely livid. Ah, never mind the Warring Triad. I have awoken Archon Y'shtola's tempestuous wrath. In supplicant mood shall I return at once, and there atone for mine indolence. Even Urianger has sass. Come, Sucro, it's time we return to the Rising Stones. Nod. Are there more fights with Regulus in this questline? I feel like there have to be, because he's not dead. Surely Regulus does not just leave. I mean, I guess he could. There's no reason Regulus could not just leave. Probably. Once again, I must apologize for acting without your consent or counsel. As a gesture of repentance and sign of good faith, allow me to share something of myself with you. As Urianger suggested, I possess the gift of the Echo, though it is of a nature different from yours. Regardless, I would use my gift for the selfsame purpose, the salvation of this star. And nothing poses a greater threat to the world than the proliferation of primal harnessing technology. This I know only too well. What I'm about to divulge concerns the fate of another star entirely. On this other world, a magic was devised that allowed the realm's champions to use a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. This is a reference to a different Final Fantasy. Presumably. I forget which one has Auracite in it. So armed, these heroic souls conquered god after god, oblivious to their weapon's fatal imperfection, its propensity to bleed primal energies. And with each victory, the heroes changed, transforming at last into fiends of endless appetite. Insatiable in their hunger for ether, they ultimately went to war over the star's ever-dwindling life force. Ah, 12. Gotcha. And fought until there was nothing left. Thus, as Urianger so astutely observed, when I am faced with those who rush to embrace power unchecked, I lose all semblance of rationality. Know that my master, too, cares deeply about the fate of this star. I am his servant, his instrument, sent here to ensure that the same tragedy does not consume another world. I think this book is mostly just a recap. Yeah, basically a recap. Balance unto all. Oh, right. Keep forgetting you're gonna do that. Warrior of Light, if this world is to survive, we must needs move forward with our plan. Another pillar of the Warring Triad must be toppled. A question of which has already been answered. Following our encounter with the Legatus, Archon Y'shtola detected erratic etheric waveforms emanating from the sector containing the icon Sophia, known simply as the Goddess in former times. Such readings can only mean one thing. She is close to awakening. Let us return to Azizla forthwith and put an end to this primal deity lest she rise again in all her terrible glory.
So, I don't want to stop, but my throat is starting to hurt from speaking. And it is closing in on 1 a.m., so I probably should. Now that I've adjusted my schedule to be Mondays are not Final Fantasy XIV, Wednesdays and Fridays are Final Fantasy XIV, I'll have to wait until Wednesday for this one. And that bothers me, but I guess there's not to it. So, first let's see what the retainers did today. Also, my retainers have a uniform now, kind of. Of a little hat and a dress. A fancy dress, I guess. So hooray for that. Ah, more money. Right, the bats sold. You might notice that I have money again suddenly, and that's because my retainers brought me 2 more jet black dyes again, and one of them sold. The other one is not sold yet. In any case, thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. We did a lot today, not what I wanted to do exactly, but... Well, not what I wanted to do right now exactly, but we did a lot. Next time on Final Fantasy XIV, on Wednesday, next week, hopefully. Next week I have multiple appointments, so I might struggle to stream on the normal days, I'm not sure. The appointments are not on the stream days, but I might need more rest. I don't know, we'll find out. But like, next Final Fantasy XIV stream, Sophia and Zervan. And then, I guess, starting Alexander? Also, the finale of the Anima weapon stuff that I narrated. Next stream that's not this, continuing on Monday, will be continuing Chicory, A Colorful Tale. Friday will presumably be the remainder of Alexander and possibly something beyond. Not entirely sure yet. Sucro missed the pillow. Let's try that again. It's important. Good enough. Still sort of missed, but you know, what can you do? Okay, one more try. Look. It's important, okay? There we go. Now Sucro can have a nap. Thank you all for watching. Yeah, that is true. I will see you Monday on this channel. That's Sucro. Feel free to support me at the various links above or below, if you wish. But also, your presence here and just hanging out and watching or talking or spreading the word or whatever else is also very helpful support. So thank you all. And yeah, good night, everyone.